saying I'm offline still. Why? Let's get this going here as well. Also, I got a hat here because I look a little bit. My hat's not as good as I want to because I did just kind of roll out right now. So you got me with a bit of a hat here right now. I don't even know if I can put this on. Yeah. It fits. Granted, it makes me look like a doofus right now, but you know, can I do the hat with there? No, it just looks weird like that. Okay, this will just have to be how we do it like this, I guess. Just make it a little bit nicer looking, I guess. Let's ping up a little bit here. But yes, we are good to go then. All right, let me just test the audio here real quick. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. How's it going, everybody? Hello, hello. All right, we should be doing good then. Okay, wonderful. All right, perfect. All right, we can get that taken away. Just get it up. Yeah, I thought I was gonna be live at like noon today, but like I was still getting ready at noon, and then I got a call from work saying, "Hey, by the way, can we hop on a quick call here to work along and get some stuff figured out here?" And I was like, "Sure thing." So yeah, so I do it, and they do want me to show up for work again later today. So that's at 6. They said they want me to be there at like 6:30 at the latest. So let's see, when is what? I want to double check that. I think they said 6:30. Yep, 6. I need to be at 6:30 at the latest. I'll probably try to leave to get there. I'll probably make sure to end stream around like 5:30 then, so I have a little bit of time to get ready for work and all that. So we have a bit more of a regimented stream here today. I thought I had the whole day off, but apparently I do not. Because, they decided to call me on in. But I am happy to be back up and running again. We are doing, I am ready to do tier listing today to I don't know what I was trying to say wrap up, but I think I tried to say recap and wrap up at the same time, so I just said we're gonna rack it up. I don't know, but I do want to make sure and do a little bit of the old. Yep, that's taken care of. Perfect. Once, yeah, I did also. I have a poll going in the Discord right now for the probably the final one. I'm gonna find a little preemptive poll with you guys before we finalize our decisions on the alphabet grind. Actually, no, I'll probably do one more if you guys vote on the A grind, I guess, because 007 isn't coming out till May, so we're gonna have to wait to see. But yes, so we'll have to. So yeah, like I said, I'm excited for it, but just the fact that it's just been delayed a bit means I'm probably gonna do another game for the alpha grind before it. But even then, I'm gonna be doing other games before that anyway because we still have to finish up Dead Rising 4. I want to get Dead Rising Evil 2 done. I want to finish up the Quarry. I have a lot of games I want to get done before we start onto the Alfred grind. So that's why I said I'm probably gonna start that around like mid March. I want to probably early March, honestly. So that's probably the best time to expect us working away at that. Maybe February if I feel like I really want to get into it right away. But it's pretty much going to depend on how long the other grinds take and what the plan is with those. But yes. And it seems like the ads are going as well, so we'll get that way. I realized that I saw my pocket knife here from when I did the bottle opening last night, and so I was just fiddling with that. And I probably should be fiddling with something that literally half the name is knife. But yes, you guys forgot to go my water bottle. So I guess socialize with yourself here, chat. I'll be right back real quick. With the H2O, and yeah. I think I ran over the blanket here. Dang it! Here we Woo! Got it out soda. Come on, I'm running it over. Damn it! Damn it! Where is it? Where's it? The things I do just to keep myself a little bit more comfy here. But yes, let's just Ripley is. I think she was down here using a litter box, and now I think she's getting herself some water, honestly, upstairs. So we will see what's going on with her later on. I assume she'll probably come down here because that's what she does. She likes to just walk on in and walk on out. So we will see how that is. But yes. Anyway, let's see. Yes, perfect. That's all set up. I didn't. I don't think I formatted this as well as I would like to, but but yes, that will work fine. Perfect. Okay. But yes, I am. And also, Happy New Year, everyone who wasn't in the stream last night. We got one last grind in for the night because we buzzer beatered Trash Goblin at 11:59 right before it hit midnight. I made sure to add those onto the tier list there. Oh, there's Ripley here. There she is. There she is. There's Ripley. Hi. But yeah, 2025 has been a fun year going on. We've done a lot of new. We did. I think we did. Yeah, this was the first year I did my first ever Steam grind, and we got a couple of them done. It's like we got some bigger ones on there as well. I did my foot. We did a lot of. I did my first ever Souls like grind. I got most of the Dead Rising grinds done. I just have to get. Actually, no, most of them were done last year. I just had to do Dead Rising. I just only did Dead Rising 3 this year, but and we'll get Dead Rising 4 done this year. So it's gonna be a fun ride, right, Ripley? Right? She's right over here. She's right over there. I can see right there, little fluffy baby. She'll probably come over here at some point to either play around or oh, she's playing with. She's playing around. Little stinker. You having fun there, Ripley? You having fun? There she is. There she is. Hold on. There she is. There's Ripley. Hi, Ripley. Hi. How you doing, baby? Good baby. Good baby. But yes, that's basically all that's been going on. Move this a bit more into the sign here. Perfect. There we go. Hi, baby. Yeah, this is the biggest change in my life. Here, we got this little baby here. Come on, baby. Come on. Say to chat. This is the biggest change of 2025. My fluffy baby. Good kitty. Okay, I'll set you back down. I need to show you off the chat there for a bit. All right, but yes, that is the biggest change in life. But we have, like I said, I think personally, I had a good 2025. I got a better job going. I got a new little baby here. We had a lot of fun grinds going on, both the ones I did on stream and the ones I did off stream. And I think it's just been a great time. It's been a fun time, and I think I've really enjoyed the ride I've had with you guys for this year. So I guess without getting too mushy before we start the stream off too much, welcome in everyone. Welcome, welcome. For those who don't know me, I'm Neo76. I'm an achievement grinder. Today we are doing our final recaps of 2025 since it is officially New Year's Day, aka day 0 of 2026. But yeah, Ripley gonna be helping me out with ranking him, or are you just gonna be running around having fun? She's probably still got a bit of energy. She was snuggling with me earlier when I was doing the work call, so she might be a little bit more energized for the time being, and then she'll probably calm down a bit. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do after it. I think my plan is I might try to finish up some grinds I've started off previously on Steam, like Buckshot and Ben and Ed, but I need to look up a little bit more on Ben and Ed if I do want to get going on that. But like I said, I do have to make sure to be off stream and ready to go five by about 5:20, 5:30 ish to make sure I have enough time to get ready for work there. So who knows? I might also be live again tonight after the fact, but we will see what I end up doing. Who knows? Maybe I'll end up doing another stream tonight of working on Dead Rising 4 a bit more. But what do you think, Ripley? What do you think? Do you think we should do do you think we should do another stream tonight? Please don't be showing your ass. I don't want to see that right now. Yes. But yes, anyway, I think it's about time we get started with the first tier list we have. This is our first one tonight. Okay, oh, that's perfect. It's perfect as well because then you can't see the ads. Wonderful. But yes, but the first one we are doing tonight is probably the one of the easier ones to go along with. Oh, Ripley, what are you doing? Ripley, what are you doing? I should she was just saying, "Damn it, Ripley, you little stinker." But yes, the first one we're doing tonight is well today, not tonight because it is noon right now. But yes, the first one we are doing today is my. These are all the games I've done the 100% for. So we're gonna be. This is not ranking them on how difficult they are. That is kind of more reserved for the next tier list. Uh, but we right now I'm just pretty much ranking them off of how much I enjoyed both playing them initially and just doing the grind for them as well. Hey Paler, how's it going? How has your new year been so far? I hope it's not immediately gone to shit after one day. How are you doing there, Paler? Like I said, I hope you've been having a good new year and your grind's been going well. But yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna be ranking these purely off of how much I enjoyed it. I have them in chronological order of when I completed them because I forget how much of Watch Dogs 2 did I end up doing, but did I do before the I want to see how much I got done before the new year hit because that was like I think I hit it like almost like right after the new year. No, not Watch Dogs. I want Watch Dogs 2. But alright, thanks. Still feels weird. Fair enough. Especially after the year that felt like it was going on forever with 2025. I can understand that in both a good way and a bad way. But yes, it is. But yeah, it's But yeah, we're into 2026 now. You can officially stop. You officially have to start writing 2026 at the end of all your dating and whatnot. So, and otherwise, it's expired. But good. Ripley is here as well. She's right now. She might be loafing a bit. It seems she might still have a little bit of loafing in her. I guess. Why are you being a pain right now, Choo Choo? I'm just trying to see what's going on. I just want to check to see what's going on here. I just want to see when I actually got Watch Dogs 2 done. This is superfluous, I know, but it's just for my own self interest right now. Come on, come on. It's playing hard with me right now. Anyway, we'll see if that ends up pulling anything up there. I can also. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a Lulu something on Choo Choo, so we can take a look at that as well after we get some done. There we go. How much did I get done before 2020? How much I wanted to see how much I got done even before. Yes, that was done at one of the last days of December. That was the 7th, 4th. Okay, yeah, so I pretty much got most of the main game stuff done in 2024. It was all the DLCs and whatnot I got done in the new year. That's what it was. That's what happened. Yeah, because I felt like I was a 2024 grind, but no, it was mostly the DLCs. I didn't get any of the DLCs done in 2024. So it technically is still a 2025 grind with that. So Watch Dogs 2, honestly, I had fun with it. I enjoyed it. I think it's like I said, it's kind of hard to rate a game that it was pretty much mostly I did most of it in 2024 and then a little bit into 2025. But I had fun with it. I wouldn't say it's an S rank game, but it was a fun game. There was a bit of a grind to it, especially with some of the with some of the more RNG like achievements. But like I said, I've not done any of the other Watch Dogs games. I haven't even done Watch Dogs 1. I don't even know if it's still completable at this point. I'd have to double check. But like I said, I had fun with it. I definitely, I've played Watch Dogs Legion. I don't think I did honestly. This felt like a totally different game to that, and I had a lot of fun with it. It just felt like it kind of felt like I feel like it feels like cliche to say this, but it kind of felt like an upscaled GTA where you have like a little bit more at your potential and at your disposal, I guess. But like I said, it was a fun game, and the grind wasn't too difficult for it. There's a lot of just side missions and collectibles, and just doing them go along with the game, and you'll get it done. But yeah, it was a fun game. I do recommend it, especially since I think it goes on to sale for pretty cheaply when it every time you're on the Xbox store, it goes on sale pretty decently. So if it's at a good sale price, I would say I highly recommend you pick it up. And I dropped the coin. But yes, the next one up is Paparazzi. I think this is one of the ones you'll see a little bit of a running list of where it's a cozy chill slash cozy game. I did off stream because I wanted more another completion working on, and B I just wanted to chill and relax off stream. This is basically pretty much the best way to put it is imagine Pokemon Snap but with dog photos is probably the best way to put it. Like I said, it's not. I'm gonna probably put in a nice beat because it's not like I said, it's not groundbreaking. It's not like wow, I had such a blast with it. It's just small little chill game that I had fun with it, and but I also really don't have any urge to go back to and play. So it's nothing wrong, nothing lost, nothing gained, I guess, but just a little fun, a little relaxed fun. Rain on Your Parade, I am probably gonna put this into. I'm trying to think about do I put into A or B? I think probably A below Watch Dogs 2. I want to say this is it's another kind of cozy game, but it's a little bit more. It has a lot more to it. It's basically you play as a little rain cloud. You basically it's kind of like one of those like kind of something like Untitled Goose Game or like Goat Simulator where it's kind of a generic basic premise, but they go to insane lengths and fun ideas with it, and it ends up becoming and it's just a fun kind of kind of fun game, kind of fun chill game, but also just a I could easily see you playing it. I, I don't know. It's a fun game, definitely, and like I said, it's a fun little cozy game to just chill and relax to. It is not too strenuous. There's a couple of challenges there that were a bit tricky to do, but like I said, if you just pretty much all you need to do is take a look at the achievements, and you can usually figure out most of them by yourself. There's a couple of them that you might need a little bit of a guide for, but yeah, I would highly recommend if you're just looking for a nice little cozy game to relax to. If you want a little you want a little fun to squeeze in alongside doing a harder grind, this is a good game to do that with. And I'd probably say the same thing about Skatebird here, which is basically Tony Hawk, but you're a bird. It is a I like I said, I think this is the first ever skating game we've kind of done because it's just like I said, it's a skating game, but but it's not as serious of a skating game as something like skate as like Tony Hawk or even something like Skate. It's just pretty much do go around, do little missions as a bird with skating thing. It kind of reminded me a bit of what was that one like Disney skating game that came out like a long, long time ago? It was like a Disney, like a skateboarding Disney game style thing. I remember that like a long time ago. I don't think I even owned it. I think it was I played it at like a friend's house, something like that. But it kind of reminded me something like that, where it's like the idea is not mainly about you being, realistically skating. It's about having fun with the idea and skating along with it, I guess. But oh, please, such a good baby. But like I said, this is another good one to just go along to have alongside doing a harder grind, like as a little cozy chill game. And like I said, there's a lot more to both these games, and a lot more that they do differently and have an interesting idea than just Pokemon Snap it with dogs, I guess. Aim Labs is gonna be the first D tier because it's it feels weird for this even to have achievements because it's not a game. It is a aim. It's supposed to be an aiming improver or aiming whatever it is. But it has achievements on Xbox, so it technically counts. But it goes into D tier because A, it's not a game, and B, actually no, three reasons. B, you've seen if you've seen anything of me streaming, you know how terrible my aim is. This game did absolutely nothing for that. And C, the achievements on it are so grindy that I can't recommend anyone else do it unless you have like I said, it's free technically, so it's not a big barrier of entry, but it's still a big grind to go through because you have to do I think it's you have to do game modes 500 times, and like the quickest one is like 30 seconds long, so you have to do that. So do the math on that. You're spending a couple of hours just doing meaningless, repetitive tasks to try and just somewhat improve your aim. That doesn't even do anything because, like I said, I played it before. It does shit all to my aim, and I'm still pretty bad at aiming. Right, Ripley? Right. So yeah, that's why it's gonna be our first D tier. Free Apocalypse. This was another. I think I got on a sale going on, and I was interested because like I said, it was like a kind of like a it's kind of like a fun little point and click, but it's going into C tier because of the fact that it is very short. And I'll be honest, a lot of the enjoyment of this comes from the fact that it's a cyanide and happiness game. So if you're like I said, if you're a fan of that series or that YouTube channel, that is a good reason to do this. There's a lot of references and that style of humor going on, but it is very bare bones, and it is very obvious that they want to do more with it, but there's not anything going on currently. I don't even know if they're planning a sequel or anything because it ends with a very big tie-in of like, there's more coming, keep an eye out for it. I've not heard anything else about a sequel or anything going on with it, so probably not. But it's like I said, it's very bare bones, and I wish there was more to it. And like I said, it wasn't. It was like I said, it was. It's very. I don't. I only remember like a couple of distinct things from it. It's a lot of It's a point and click adventure, so it's a lot of fetch quests, a lot of small solvable, easily solvable puzzles, that kind of thing. But like I said, if you like Cyanide and Happiness and you want a bit of a little bit more taste of that after the fact, I would recommend giving this a shot. And that leads us into our first S tier game, which is The Outer Worlds. Anyone who saw me play The Outer Worlds earlier this year knows I was pretty much gushing about the game the whole time. It is, like I said, I think it's my favorite Fallout game. I know it's a weird thing to say, but like I said, the fact that it's made by Obsidian makes it a little bit more accurate, I guess. But it's a great game. It's got great humor, great sci-fi elements. It's a great RPG game. I had a blast with it. I loved doing it back when I played it initially. I loved playing it when I did the grind for it this year. I loved trying. I'd never even played the DLCs until this year, and I had a blast with Murder on Eridanos. I had a little bit less fun with Gorgon, but I still had a pretty fun time, and I think it was probably a big, yeah. I think it was the first completion we did on stream because I've never streamed any of these other games on here, but it was like I said, fun game, fun grind. I had a blast doing it, and I am happy to have that on the list. I do want to get to Outer Worlds 2 at some point, but it is still on the docket, and I just need to, you know, bite the bullet and buy it at the full price, or wait for a small sale on it, I guess. But then I'm also waiting on that to make that my O game for the Alphabet Challenge, since that is the voted challenge that you guys decided on. So that is But like I said, I had a blast doing it. I think I even did most of it on supernova difficulty for the stream, and it was like I said, it was a decent challenge, but I still did it. I think it was not like an overbearing, like terribly hard, can't get anything done challenge. It was, I mean, I guess I did cheese it a bit by doing the fast travel save with the spaceship, but like I said, I had a blast with it. I had fun with it, and I think it's the first one. I think it's definitely feels like the first S ring game I'm gonna put on this list. Power Wash Sim is one I'm kind of iffy about where I place it. I mean, I feel like this. I don't really need to say too much about Power Wash Sim because I think a lot of the achievement grinding community, and I think even the people out of it, know exactly what Power Wash Sim is, both because it's Power Wash Sim, but also it says exactly what it says in the name, with it being a Power Wash Sim. Get it? But yes, it is. But like I said, it's a fun game for the first couple hours, and every time you get a new DLC pack, you have fun with it for the first couple hours, and then it always hits the one item or the one vehicle or the one building that takes forever to clean, and you are stuck working on it. Like I think my least favorite one on there is I think it's in the Warhammer DLC. You are stuck cleaning a ginormous spaceship from head to toe, and it took me multiple hours to do that one thing because it's so big, so many little crevices and notches there. I think I even watched a couple of movies while I was doing it. I definitely know I watched the entirety of the house that Jack built while I was doing it, and I think I forgot there might have been another one. I might have done some Columbo as well, but it took multiple hours for me to do that one ship there. But I can't knock it too much because it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like the kind of OCD kind of cleaning thing where it's like you get the enjoyment out of watching the whole thing get cleaned and washed in real time, just watching it go from absolutely messy and dirty to fully cleaned. So I can't complain too much, but I am gonna give it a B there. Like I said, I enjoyed my time with it, but I also regret how much time I put into it. Hey Nato, welcome on in. How are you doing here tonight? How are you? I guess no today because it is midday noon. I'm still used to saying night because I always stream at night for some reason. But yes, how are you doing, Nader? How has your new year been so far? I know we have some Happy New Year going on here as well. I just am not wearing it because I can't fit my headphones underneath or above it. I know. I listen. I know. I mean, technically, like I said, it has to be my game of the year because I played pretty much no other games this year. Actually, no. It is not because I can add Trash Goblin onto that list. I think, right? I think Trash Goblin came out this year. Hold on. Let me just double check it. It's just technically, yep, it came. Yep, release date 2025. So technically, that's my game of the year here is Trash Goblin. And you can't, and just technically it's not on Xbox here, but still get to hang out with your best friend last night and just chilled. Nice, sounds like a fun time. I hope you're relaxing well after the New Year's shenanigans. Hey Iconic, welcome on in as well. Good to see you as well here. But yes, technically FBC Firebreak also won't be on this list because I have not completed the achievements for it yet. So I wait until after I get all the achievements done to put it on the tier list. So keep an eye out for it next year. Good Ripley is here as well, giving a good little snuggle bug. Good little baby. Good little baby. So much. She's just being a good little snuggle bug. Good kitty. I know I need to get back to FBC Firebreak, but it's one of the. I think I'm definitely gonna end up doing the grind before Control Resonance comes out, and I forget when. I don't know if they have they set a release date for that yet. Hold on, I don't think they have. If they did, they were just like a fall this year. Control Resonant, just 2026 in general. Yes, yeah, just 2026 in general. So I'm definitely gonna try and get it done before. I'm definitely going to get. I am definitely going to get Control Resonant done day one, and I'm gonna get FPC Firebreak done at some point before Control Resonant. I'm even thinking about potentially going back and doing Control, the Ultimate Edition of Control, just so I can refresh myself up before we do Control Resonant. But it because I am very excited for that, and that is a for sure day one grind, no questions asked. No matter where I am in the alphabet, we are stopping whatever we're doing and doing Control Resonant because that is a fucking blast. Uh, t- Welcome in, Clank. Thank you for bringing in the actually here. Damn it! Damn it! Damn you, Clank! So I guess technically, if that's the case, then FBC Firebreak must technically be my game of the year. Do I have anything else I can justify with it being completed on 2025? When did the Until Dawn remake come out? I don't know when it came out. Uh, when did you come out? I don't think it came out 2024. Damn it! Damn it! So I think it might have to be my game of the year 2025. Actually, no. When did I Expect You to Die 3 come out? When did I Expect You to Die 3 come out? I didn't complete it yet, but technically, if I'm including FEC Firebreak, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Why am I having trouble finding it? Because I think it came out this year. When did you come out? Oh no, 2024. Damn it! No, 2023. Even more. Damn it! I just can't win. So I guess it's. I guess it must be. I guess it must be my game of the year then. Damn it! I know it doesn't technically have to come out in 2025, but with me, but I get so. But if we're going off of, but that's going off of release date. Going off of my completions, I only rank the ones I go off with. I've completed all the entire grind for. And so far, Outer Worlds is my game of the year 2025. So I'm not too complaining about that. uh, yes, I'm trying. I realize I got a little bit behind it. Yeah, I know. Iconic just just want to say hi to anyone. He just pops in, does his little speech, does a little egging on, and leaves. yeah, welcome in everyone, Nader, Clank, and Iconic. It's great to have you guys here, and hope you guys are having a wonderful New Year so far. Like I said, it's been going well for me. I got the kitty here, and we're working on the tier list of all of my completions of this year and ranking them off of how much I enjoyed both the game and the grind. Let's see. Iconic makes some good progress in Cyberpunk. Nice. Nice. I know a game doesn't need to come out in 2025, but I guess actually no. Technically, 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 I had that Hades 2 came out early access, I think in 2023, 2024, before 2025, and then it was released fully in 2025. So, by that logic, and it was still nominated for Game of the Year, technically, I think Trash Gun was still technically be 2025 then maybe. Maybe. I could be wrong, but I don't know remember when exactly Hades 2 was in early access, but I think if that's the case, then technically Trash Goblin can still be 2025. In which case, that's my game of the year now. Still, pictures of iconic finally play Metaphor and stop saying I should play E33, the game that swept the Game Awards, and really isn't that hyped to be about. I mean, like I said, I want to play especially my E33 myself. I definitely am gonna make that one of my grinds for this year, but I I'm gonna go into it just to see how it is. I'm not going in. I'm gonna try and go in with no view, nothing going on, no preconceived notions. Just try to enjoy it and see what I think about it, and just from my and then just try to figure out my thoughts on it. Then I guess played some COD Zombies. Ooh, nice. Which I mean, if you are you working on the achievement grind for any of the CODs? Are you just always? I'm assuming it's just for fun there, but you know, you know, an achievement grinder's time is never over. You're always on the grind. Yeah, I know. I've heard a bit of that with both Expedition 33 and the another game I want to do the grind for this year, Dispatch. I want to do both those, but I've heard a lot of people hop in on the streams and either will spoil what's going on and will get very up in arms about if you don't do it a certain way, which is why I'm a bit hesitant about doing both of them. I do want to play both of them, but I might end up, but like I said, I might end up having to at either add just either add a little bit more moderation going on, or just be a little bit more firm, or a little bit more firm and or prepared for being spoiled along the way. I guess. So I guess I don't know. Well, like I said, that's a bit to figure out later on. They'll probably end up being C and D in the alphabet grind, but we'll see how those end, how I what I end up deciding on with 2026. We still have a whole year to figure that out. But yes, no, I don't. No, it's not anything about. It's not anything about you, iconic. It's about people hopping through streams and trying to find someone like that. Thanks for the offer, Nato. I have a couple. I think I have a couple of people who I'd probably be willing to recruit for something like that. But thank you for your offer. I will definitely consider it if whenever I decide to hop on with it. But yes, what do you think, Ripley? But I think the problem with that is I know you do stream it a lot of the times that I am streaming, so it would probably a lot of it would just be hopefully you're on the set you're either not streaming that day or just be I would have to it pretty much just be I wouldn't want to take away from you having to doing your own stream there. So I like I said I'll consider it, but I'd probably end up going for someone who I'd be a little bit more I think I had a little would have a little bit more time and free and would be able to hop on into streaming like that, I guess. But we'll take like I said we'll keep an eye on it. We'll consider it, but like I said, that's kick the can down the road, and we'll decide it down the way, I guess. But yes, perfect. Yeah. All right. Black Ops Zombies, you're trying to practice for the moon achievements. Nice. So you are working on the grind. Good to hear. Happy. I'm hoping you have. I'm hoping it's going well for you, and you're not. I don't know. Like I said, I don't play a lot. Like I think I don't. Even, yeah, I've not even done a grind for a card game. Maybe that'll be I would say this one the goal for the new year, but I already have my goal of being the Alpha Challenge, so that's gonna take up the whole time. So no, unless I mean I guess I could put a card on the C options there, but I already know that if I even put Claire or on that list, it's gonna shoot off into space with all the votes. But I'll be happily surprised depending on what wins the vote. I guess. You getting the posse for the GTA 4 grind? Nice. What? Nice. I need to. I've never. Yeah. I think I've only ever played GTA San Andreas and. Actually, no, I have played GTA 4. Yeah, but I did it on a friend's. I did it on a friend's account back in the day. So, and I barely played it honestly. So maybe I'll get. Like I said, have been considering doing a couple of the earlier GTA grinds before I got into the big online session. Just because, like I said, I had a lot of blast when I did Watch Dogs 2 initially, and that was a lot more, a little bit less on the online, a lot more on doing it solo. But yeah, so I'll have to think about it a bit more, I guess. Are they shutting down GTA 4's servers? Oh, I might need to get onto that a bit earlier then if that's the case. Shit, I didn't even realize they were shutting it down. If you know, if I need to know, I'll probably have to look up and see when they're actually shutting them down, and so I can prep ahead of time. You don't think so? You don't think they've announced it so far? I see. Okay, it's just a prediction. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I've never not played a lot of GTA servers like that. I guess they did shut down. Yeah, but that's also because I think they pretty much shut down a lot of the 360 and the 360 online stuff back because they retired the whole store on and whatnot. So I'm not too surprised on that. But yes, Ripley's being a good little snuggle bug right now. All right. So the Left 4 Dead 2 Xbox One, nice, nice. I have those. I think I picked up. Yeah, I think I picked up both of the Left 4 Deads on Steam back in during the sale. So I have those to look forward to as well on the way. Oh yeah, I should remind everyone, anyone who's in the channel right now and is new, I do have a. Hold on, let me just pop it up here as well for anyone who is new to this channel here right now. I do have a Discord. I currently have a poll going on to help decide what platforms we do for the Alphabet Grind, whether we do only Xbox, only Steam, Xbox and Steam, or Xbox, Steam, and Retro Achievements. So if you guys want to put a vote in for that to help decide what we do, how we exactly play the Alphabet Grind for the new year, the poll is up there in the Discord, so feel free to join up and put your vote in there. Otherwise, if you're already part of it, there's your little announcement of reminding that you to go and vote if you haven't already. But yes, anyway, I've been chatting a little bit too much and not talking a lot about the gamings here now. Like, so I guess I should get back into the main meat of the stream, I guess. But it's just a lot easier when I'm doing something like this, where it's a lot less, focusing on the game, and I'm a little easier to get distracted by the chat going on. But she's fast asleep, little baby. But yes. Anyway, back onto the ranking the games. Clue is going into. See, the thing is with Clue, it's Clue the board game, and I wish I could stop there. But it's Clue the board game, but it has a lot of weird things that make it a lot weirder and worse. I think, in my opinion. So I didn't want to put it into. I'm gonna put it into low C tier because, like I said, it is Clue. I like the base game Clue. I'm a big Clue fan. If you can't tell, but Clue's one. I am a big fan of the Clue board game. If you go into this playing just the Clue board game, you will not have a problem with it because it is a fun game. The problem that's making me drop it a bit low is both A, there's not a lot to it besides that, and B, there's a bit of a grind going on with the achievements there because for some reason in this game, they decided to add in a case file, and which is basically little challenges for you to do with each character that allows you to unlock a new item, not even new items. I guess it is some customizable items and just a little bit more, a little bit of Clue lore, I guess. If you if you're playing Clue for the lore, I guess. But you need, and for the achievement grind, you can do each and all of them, which is a fine. Except for the fact that there's a lot of them that take forever to do or require a lot of RNG to get. Like you have to do some where you have to play as a character like five or so, like you have to win as a character five or so times. Ones where you have to play the maps, the games this many times. You have to take the shortcuts here and so you have to be in the exact rooms to take the shortcuts this many times. You have to make sure that this exact sequence of events plays out to get the case file done. And you have to, and the kicking point is that that's not even the main thing because it's a DLC that adds in all those back again, plus plus a lot more new items as well. So you have to do that expanded on twice. So it's which is really what's kicking it down to C tier there because it's a like I said, if it was ranking it based off of just the games, I'd probably put it into B tier. But the fact that I'm doing it as both the game and the grind, it's C tier because of that pain and suffering there, and also the fact that it's pretty much just Clue the board game, not a lot of nothing really stylized over it. If you want to just like I said, I'd probably be willing to play if I could get people together here. I'd probably play Clue the board game here than on the game like that because that is a because at least I don't have to deal with input delay or being on a computer there with the electricity. But yes, a little to the left. This is going alongside Power Wash, but it's going above Power Wash in B because it's a similar thing with it, where it's a lot of very much an OCD kind of cozy game where you're trying to make things, but instead of being cleaning things, you're trying. I guess you're still cleaning things. You're putting things in the right position, and you are trying to make things a little bit tidier. Like you're trying to stack up cans so that they all look nice and organized. You're trying to rearrange books so that the height looks nice and whatnot. If it's a lot harder to describe and a lot easier for for someone to watch. I think. Let's see. Can I? I think if I pull it up on Steam as well. Hold on. I can pull. Let's see if I pull it up here. Little to the left. There we go. Perfect. Oh, it's on sale for 6% off. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, it's basically stuff like this where you have, like, for example, you have the bread tags. You have to line this up here, and you got to line all the little nubs here and get rid of all the crumbs. Or something like the batteries. You got to line it all up so it all looks nice and neat and organized here. So, like I said, pretty much an OCD person's dream. Honestly, it is a, and like I said, it's a fun little cozy game. Actually, no, you know what? No, I'm moving it down to below B because I just remembered the daily tidies, and that was a pain in the ass to do. Because you have to do because there's daily achievements. I completely forgot about daily achievements, and now I'm remembering them, so now it's going even lower because the dailies are a pain because you have to. I think you have to do 30 or 50 in a row to get an achievement, and then you have to do 100 total to get an achievement, and you have to do them every single day. And you don't even have to just do them; you have to complete them. Some of them can be a bit of a pain to do if you can't figure out exactly how it works, or if it's like something slightly odd or something unique, slightly unique, and you're just stuck there trying to figure out what the problem is and why it's not working well or why you can't get it done. You have to get it done before the new day, otherwise your streak's gone, and you have to do that streak all over again. And the fact is that I also did this on the holiday time, so I had to try and squeeze into doing the entire holiday stuff while I was trying to go around doing the holidays, my holiday events and whatnot. So it was a bit of a mess there. So I think it would have been better if I did it on a time when I was pretty much all the time every day at home pretty much. But it was you know it was a bit of a mess with that, and the fact that it's also a daily grind, I can't really forgive it too much, I guess. Uh, yes, I'm trying to even figure out when the yeah this is the next. It's still a bit until our next stream grind here. Please don't touch anything. This was another kind of, I wouldn't say cozy. It was a little kind of more of a puzzle game I did off stream, but it's basically the I think it was a 2D game initially, and then they made a VR port, and then they ported the VR version to Xbox, but it's still just a 3D version, I guess. I'm gonna put this into. I'm trying to decide if I put it low B or middle C. Trying to decide. We'll put it. We'll put it at the top of B. I had fun with it. It's a fun puzzle game, but a lot of them are very much weird or slightly odd, and you have to like some of them are easily one you can figure out. Like, oh, if you hit that item, it gives you a code to put into this, so you can figure out the problem. And then some of them it's like, oh, you have to remember the random novel this random novel and this random reference that you probably don't get, or try to figure out or learn Morse code so you can figure out what exactly they're saying on the dial there. It's like I said, it very much feels like you're playing an escape room as a game, but it also is a little bit more. It's also a lot more cerebral, a lot more logical, and you need a lot more knowledge going into it over an escape room normally, I guess. but like I said, I had fun with it still. But I think there was a couple of achievements that I was a bit hesitant about, or were a bit tricky when I did it initially. I'm trying to pull it up on an Xbox here as well, but it's being a little bit of a. But yes, but yes. Look it up in GTA 4 has no dedicated servers. Oh, interesting. Nice, interesting. No, a lot of 360 multiplayer stall because they tend to be it makes sense. That is fair, but I know a lot of I think Max Payne 3 is one I wanted to grind for, and the shows that are entirely shut down. I think same thing was with Saints Row 1 and 2 that I can't technically do the grinds for those they have they have they have to. Yeah, I'm falling apart here, Ripley. Help me, Ripley. Help me. I'm falling apart. Because I think those are entirely servers themselves, so it doesn't so I can't really do them. That are just lagging heavily when I did it. I think Mortal I can still do Mortal Kombat. I think though I'm gonna try and I do want to try and get that done as well. The Mortal Kombat 9 technically, I guess, but it's technically just called Mortal Kombat. But yes, oh yes, that's the one. Yeah, there's a couple of. Okay, I'm moving this down a little bit more because I remember there's a couple of achievements I had a problem with, which was doing the. Yeah, it was both. There's one for doing for. Oh yeah, there's a couple of achievements here. I'm just gonna pull them up over here. These are the. Oh no, I don't want to see Fiverr. Screw Fiverr. I don't. Oh yeah, I forgot there's gonna be a lot of ads here. I'll get rid of all the ads here. I don't need to see the personalized ads here. Screw it. I don't even know why you want me to do Fiverr. But yes, there's a couple of achievements here that are a bit tricky and were a bit of a pain to do. I just said no. Fuck off. But yes, like I said, I just said fuck off. I don't care about Mint Mobile. Fuck off. But yes, there's like I said, there's a couple of tricky ones on here with the fact that you have to do the bombing run here without missing a single time. That was a pain in the ass to do because it's very input delayed and very laggy with doing it. This throwing away all the trash within 15 seconds. Would you have to literally glitch the game out to make it easier on yourself because you can click each item and they go slightly larger because the item morphs and stretches a bit incorrectly, and then you have to do that to even just make it a little bit easier on yourself to do speedrunning wise. And then you also have to do the final ending of the game without pressing any unnecessary buttons, which means you have to do it pretty much the whole game again. Press perfect, no mistakes, no problems, and nothing else. You cannot fuck up the game at all, and it is a pain. So I'm gonna put this back over to here, and in fact I'm gonna move it down to C because of that because I just realized I just kind of did some therapy on myself and I realized that is actually a pain. It was actually a pain to do. Good kitty, kitty. Ripley's just being a little snuggle bug right now. Max Payne 3 got lucky. Nice. Is MK9 impossible? Is it actually impossible? I swear it was still working. It just was a bit laggy here. Is it actually impossible now to do? Or I thought it was Mortal Kombat. Because I swear it was still available and I was still working on it and it was just. Is it just not? Oh, it could have gone off. Been removed from Microsoft Store. Yeah. Oh, it's just unreliable and may take several attempts over several days to connect to the online portion. So it's not impossible. It's just a pain in the ass to try and get done, at least as far as I could tell. But maybe it is impossible, and I just am not reading the right spots on it. Good kitty, kitty. But yeah, so that definitely won't be an online stream. That'll be just a offline if I decide, hey, you know what? Fuck it, we'll get this done. Maybe, because I know I'm going to do a lot of recruiting and looking for groups on true achievements to get that even somewhat close. Good baby, good baby. I'm just going to just moving a bit so you don't fall off there because I wanted to put my legs down. Good kitty. But yes. Anyway, back to the listing here. Another crab's treasure is. I'm trying to decide if I put it A tier. Actually, no, S tier. It's going S tier. I had a blast with another crap treasure, and like I said, I didn't think I was gonna enjoy it too much because this was my first ever Souls like grind. But I had a blast with it. I had a phenomenal time with it. I enjoyed the ride. It was oh good baby, oh good little sleepy baby, good baby. Oh, it's gonna What do you mean? Oh yeah. Wait. Oh, is it? Oh, does it have the same bug as Assassin's Creed, where Assassin's Creed 2, where it just resets itself after a bit? Because I swear that I thought it was only Assassin's Creed that did it, but because I swear it's been fine when I've closed it out and done it again a couple times. But maybe it was just me being lucky then, I guess, or it just became a new problem. I don't know. But I swear it was working fine with me for the last couple times I did it. But I guess maybe I was just mistaken. I don't know. What do you think, Ripley? What do you think? But yes. Anyway, uh, WTLS. Thank you, Carlito. We're happy to have you here. Hopefully, I'm hoping that you know it's gonna be hopefully the best tier list I've made this year. No Mortal Kombat yet to master each. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's not the worst thing I can do. I can pretty much just, like I said, I can pretty much just leave them on leave it on while I go to work, and then just see how much and then just kind of try to leave it on and just like I said, it's not going to be I'm going to focus in on the grind, and which is why I'm not even going to be streaming the grind for it if I even decide to do it. But and like I said, I still have plenty of other achievements to work on besides just the mastery, so I have other ones I can work on there. But so it's definitely not gonna be anytime soon. But good kitty kitty. But I'm not ruling it out, but I'm also not ruling it in. I guess. What do you think, Ripley? What do you think, baby? Oh. But yes, like I was saying, back to another crab treasure. I had a blast with doing it, and it was like I said, it was my first ever Souls like grind as well, and like I said, I surprisingly enjoyed it and had a blast doing it as well. It was, and like I said, I even came back around to doing the new update that came out for it. That was for the for the another for the what was it? Yeah, it was the Year of the Crab one that added in a couple of new game plus stuff, which was a nice little addition to have. But it was like I said, it was a fun game, fun grind, and I'm happy to make it my first ever Souls like grind. And I would highly recommend if anyone else is trying to get into the Souls like games, this is a good one to start off with because it is it's a little bit more beginner friendly, and it's also, in my opinion, it had a little bit more of a theming and a little bit more of a a little bit more enticing of a concept than Dark Souls had to me. Just personally, in my opinion, don't at me. But yes, so that is going to be our second S game up there. Octodad is going to go into an A tier, and I'm going to put it right here. This is a nostalgic hit for me. This is pretty much a full nostalgia grind, and there's a couple of them on here. I'd play this game all the way back when I did it on mobile. I did the game on mobile because it was on, and I had a blast with it doing that. And then I realized, oh, there's actually I can actually do it on Xbox One. This was a hit of nostalgia, and the fact that it was also had a lot more to it because I think the phone port had a lot of things removed because it's for a phone instead of for a console. But I had a blast doing it. It was a good hit of nostalgia. It's a fun game. It's a unique concept. It's not it does feel a bit like it's trying to be an infuriating game, but it actually has decent control, so it actually controls well enough to do it. There's a couple of achievements I had a bit of trick that were a bit tricky, but I still think it's pretty easy enough to do. I think the hardest one on it is just to do the whole game without getting spotted. Actually, no, not spotted. Getting spotted without losing at all. Which, after you play the game enough, you can probably get through it decently enough. Since it's also just a pretty short game, honestly. So long as you just play it ahead of time and know and are aware of the spots you should be curious and concerned with, it should be easy enough for you to do. Let's see. Next one up is technically this. I think this was on my list last year because I did the grind for the original version, but this is the Redux version. This is I couldn't tell honestly. I couldn't tell you what the difference is. I think it's just what it was for the Xbox X instead of the Xbox Series X instead of the Xbox One. But it was like I said, I enjoyed it. It's fun. It's a nice little Sherlock Holmes game. I'm not gonna say too much about it because, like I said, I think I did talk about it a bit more last year, and it's pretty much the same thing, with just another completion. And I did also enjoy playing it, and I got it for sale with a collection of Sherlock Holmes games because mainly because I want to get some of the other ones on the list, and I was like, you know what? If it's gonna give me a remastered version, I might as well get the remastered done first, so I don't have to do the same game over again. So I think I'm gonna put it right as a B or A. We'll put it at the top of B, just because, like I said, I had played it before. Snaky Bus is going into C. I'm trying to. I will put it in C tier. It's basically Snake, but you're a bus. It's like I said, it's a fun concept and it's a decent game. But some of them get a bit trickier, like especially with the length, like later length achievements. Like I think the final one is like 420. It's it's a bit of a pain to do, and you have to even just try and cheat. You have to go to a. It's even you kind of even have to just cheese it to try and get it to look like that. Like I said, I had fun with it for like the first. It's like one of those fun games that you think about for a bit. You have fun with it initially, and even if you want to get the grind done and you get it done, then there's no reason for you to come back to. It's but like I said, pretty much the same thing as Freak Apocalypse or Dungeons and anything. Once you've done it initially, you really have, even if there was it probably has some replayability, you really don't need to go back to it at all. And just you played it once, you're good. You're not gonna see me being I'm speedrunning Snaky Bus. I'm being the Snaky Bus world champion. Uh, but so that is gonna stick at a good C. I'm gonna be, and I gotta. This is where I get into the escape room section for a bit, which is basically there was a sale going on for a couple of escape room style games, and being a escape room fanatic like me, I said, "Screw it, we'll give them a shot." They're both fun, and they were also a bit generic. I don't really know if I can say too much because they're all kind of pretty much the same thing, just different puzzles and a slightly different theme. But like Pyramids vs Aliens, the whole idea is you're going to a pyramid, and then you go into an alien, then you go to meet aliens because apparently aliens built the pyramids, which is the whole gist of the game. But I'm just gonna probably toss a lot of them into. Honestly, I'm probably gonna toss them to low C because I did have fun. Like I said, pretty much this is the area where I had fun with them, but I either don't have a reason to come back to them, slash I really don't want. I did not after a bit. I had fun with them initially, slash, and I didn't enjoy them after that. Uh, and beyond time, between time, same thing, but you're traveling between through time. Mr. Academy, same thing, but it's Hogwarts. I don't. I at least I can't even really rank them because they all kind of blend together, except with the slight different story going on. So I could do something like this and be like, yeah, I'd like the story in between time more than periods and aliens and Academy there, but it doesn't really make much sense. Hitman 1 is going into A tier, and I'm gonna put it at the top of A tier. This was the initial Hitman. I already owned it because I had it initially when it came out. You can't get it anymore because they removed it, and now it's just a part of the World of Assassination trilogy. But I was thought, you know what? Since I already still have it, and it's still technically completable, and I love the Hitman games, I went ahead and completed it. And you can also see another one on there as well. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But it is. But like I said, it's definitely. I definitely. There's a reason why I'm putting it to A instead of an S, even though I love the Hitman games. There's a lot of things that the other two add on, especially Hitman 2 adds on that the initial game just doesn't have. Like, there's no briefcase. He has a briefcase in the game there. There is no briefcases in the game. That was something added in with Hitman 2, even though he has a briefcase right there. There's a lot of and there's just a lot of quality of life features that were added in with Hitman 2 and 3 that are a hell of a lot more important and a hell of a lot more I enjoy a lot more. So I have a lot more reason to come back to definitely Hitman 3 because it's the easiest one to do. But I even have more reason to go back to Hitman 2 over Hitman 1. It's just that, like I said, the good games, especially since they have the thing from the previous game and they do it even better than the original. If you have the new version, there's no reason to go back to the old ones, which is why they got rid of them. But also, I would love to keep having them there so I can compare the initial game to what you added into the ones after that. But like I said, I'm not the one at IOI making the decisions there. Dead Rising 3 is going to go into A tier as well. I'm going to put it into a. Mm, We'll put it here. Like I said, I really enjoyed Dead Rising 3. It was even my favorite Dead Rising for the time being. But I, but nowadays, now it's definitely Dead Rising 2 or off the record, depending on how I'm feeling that day. And also the fact that there was a lot of achievements on with Dead Rising 3 that were just a pain in the ass to do, like the trials, the some of the glitched out DLC trophies I had to try and get done again. The multiplayer stuff, dear lord, the the ultra deluxe omega alpha beta whatever multiplayer DLC was a pain to do with, especially when I tried to just I try and find like I had to try. I was pretty much after I did the streaming of it, I was still working on the grind because I had to get the trials done and I had to get the uh multiplayer stuff done for it. Like for months after it, I was pretty much just messaging back, scheduling with a group of people who were also trying to get the achievements done, trying to coordinate and get everything scheduled and going with 10 different people. I had to try and actually no more than 10 because I had to help with some other people. I didn't even need to do the tunes with them, but I helped them out anyway. I had to coordinate with like 10 plus people to try and schedule up times multiple times to get groups of four, to get this group of four done, get this group of four done. We can okay, we'll get you and you and you in, so we can get you, so I can add you guys to my list. Okay, I'll hop into here because I haven't done because he hasn't done it with me yet. Okay, I'll hop in here so I can be the fourth year because we want to have a fourth year so it makes it go quicker and all that fun scheduling thing. I don't want to do scheduling when I play a game. I want to just enjoy the game, which is why which is why I prefer to do a lot more single player only grinds than multiplayer stuff and whatnot because I don't like the whole having to schedule and get it all set up beyond the time of just trying to play the game. Thank you for letting me rant there, but yes, so that unfortunately is going to knock it from high. I think it'd even just be it would probably only not even be a high S tier because that'd be two in off the record, maybe even one and one up here, but it's just going to be stuck in middle A tier here. Next up, regular factory. So this is the next group of three of the escape rooms. Oh yeah, that's the reason why I waited on the escape rooms because I got most of these done, and then I want to make Dead Rising 3 my 100th grind, which it was indeed. So I just left them with like one achievement done, and then didn't finish them. So then I just completely recompleted all the the same thing was with yeah, it was pretty much all these five here. I got most of the achievements done while working on Dead Rising 3. And then I left like one or two achievements left to complete after Dead Rising 3, so this could technically be my 100th grind. So, and but like I said, and that also shows you how long Dead Rising 3 took me just to do that one. But yes, so anyway, back to it. Regular factory is gonna go. I'm just gonna toss these along the way here. Boom. I think you and you. Boom. That'll work. That'll be fine. Sure. Actually, no, we'll do it like that. Boom. I don't care. Like I said, I don't really remember this. I don't really remember the runs here too much. There's a little bits I remember that I was like, oh, I think I technically like that one better than this one, and I like this story better than that one, but not too much. It's all kind of blending together with the puzzles and whatnot. Crimes and Punishment. I enjoyed this. I didn't enjoy it as this is the game that technically came out before Devil's Daughter, but I did play it after Devil's Daughter because I got because like I said I played this initially and I didn't realize it was part of a series until after I did Crimes and Punishment. So yeah, but I'm gonna put it there's like I said, this is the same thing with like Hitman, where it's this game added a lot more, a lot more newer story beats and a lot newer items that made me enjoy it a lot more than I did with Crimes and Punishment. So I'm gonna put Crimes and Punishment right there because I did enjoy it a lot. I think just we'll leave the buddies together. Hitman 2 is going into S tier, and I'm gonna put it right. We'll put it there. This, like I said, when this game came out, it was my obsession for the longest time. I was playing it. I was working on this constantly. I was working on all. I pretty much just blasted through all the new DLC when it came out. I was thoroughly and entirely obsessed with it, and I didn't even realize I had achievements left on it until I was did Hitman 1's achievements, and then I realized, oh, I never actually finished Hitman 2. A lot of it was just like some like basic like sniper things, like do all the challenges here, do get this with so many points, do all these kills. Which, like I said, it wasn't too bad. It was a pretty decent enough grind, honestly. It wasn't too bad, and like I said, I had fun doing it. So, because like I said, I enjoy the Hitman games, and it was a blast to go through. So, I had fun. Rivals is uh, Rivals is the next one up here. I think this is based off of back when I completed wrote. Yeah, it'd be based off of when Angela's came in because Angela was the last one that added in the achievements with it. So it'd be based off. Yeah, it'd be based off of when I did Angela's last. So that's why it's middle of the year, and then also these are just out of order because these are just the Steam grinds added in after the fact. But yes, anyway, actually, is there any? I want to make. I'm pretty sure I got all of the other. Oh yeah, the my Kung Fu Stronger is the master one. That's what it was. Ripley is just fully sleeping right now. She is not getting up at all. Also, I'm just looking at it now. 16. There's 207,000 people who have played. Actually, no, almost 208,000 people who have played Mortal Kombat 1. Only 700 people have done the 100% for it, which so that definitely says something about it. And it's a 300 to 500 hour grind. Oh boy. So I probably won't get to that for a good long while. Yeah, there's nothing else on here as well. I just want to double check. I have no other grinds for that. Perfect. But yes, Rivals, like I said, this is an odd one because I do have fun with it. But the longer and longer I've played it, the less and less fun I've had just because it's kind of the same, because I'm just wanting to play something else. But mm, I'm going to toss into A tier and I'm going to put it. I gotta try. That's the thing. I gotta remember because I think initially when I played it, it was probably around like probably eight, like easily A tier, and I think nowadays it's kind of a bit more of like B C tier. So I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think about what I would go back to play. I'll put it at the bottom A tier because, like I said, I do enjoy it. I do enjoy going back to it every so often, but it's definitely one I want to, kind of spoon feed myself and go a bit slower with because I don't want to get burnt out again like I did very much off the bat with some of the other seasons going on it. But I still have fun with it every so often. But there's a reason why I've kind of been a little bit more behind in the battle passes, just because I've been having other games I want to do over it and want to work on the achievements for it and just to have fun with over it. So that's gonna go into A tier as well. Sherlock Holmes Chapter One. This is one I wanted to like more because it's basically the same thing as these two, but it's the newer version and it has a lot more features like like shoot it, like dueling and some newer mystery styles. And like I said, I want to like it more, but there's a couple of bugs, a worse off story, and a lot of other changes to the formula that I just couldn't get behind mostly. So I'm gonna have to unfortunately move it to down here. Just Crow Things is gonna go up with When You Prayed, but even then, I think I'm gonna move it up to, uh, yeah, probably right there. Like I said, I really enjoyed Crow Things, and I think it has a lot. Since you're playing, it has a little bit more gameplay to it, and a lot more, and it has pretty much takes the idea of When You Prayed with like the kind of tongue in cheek, kind of kitschy, you know, periodical style of game, and it puts that both to a new level and also gives it a little bit more gameplay to go with it as well. And I just think it turns out to be a better experience, except for the fact that I just remember that there's a achievement for pooping 10,000 times that took me forever to do, so that's actually going to go below it because I just remember that. Damn you, Crow Things. Monopoly is going to go right. Is going to go with. Is going to actually go. I'm trying to think of, do I put it below below Clue or above Clue? Because like I said, I had more. Like I said, Monopoly doesn't have the bullshit of the case files, and so I do want to put it above it. But also, then again, it's just Monopoly, and if we're going based off just the board games, I prefer Clue over Monopoly. I think I'm gonna put it there because even then, I'm still playing the loop of Clue as opposed to Monopoly, which I even just did because I realized that the achievements I had left for it was just so easy enough to do. So I just said, "Fuck it, we'll get it over and done with," so I don't have to play Monopoly again. Until, of course, I have to play Monopoly again with another version. Of course. But yes. So we'll leave Monopoly there. Actually, I think this was I think you have this in like a 4-pack with like a bunch of other Hasbro games, and I think but the other ones have a little bit more stuff going on with them, like Scrabble and Trivial Pursuit, that have a little bit more going on that I have to do longer grinds for than Monopoly, which is a lot more of just basic, do this, do this. This is something you can get done if you just chase it by yourself. This is something you can get done easily if you have more than one controller, stuff like that. Choo Choo Charles is gonna go into a. I'm gonna probably put it into. I think I want to put it into B tier here. Like I said, I had fun with Choo Choo Charles, but it's a lot. It's very very bare bones because, and like I said, it is like it's like a solo indie dev who did it, so it's fair enough with that. But also, it's very bare bones. The story is a bit is very leaves a lot to be desired. There's I didn't have as much problems with Charles as I think I should have had in a game where he's the central antagonist. And I think a lot of the other side antagonists just kind of took away from that, like the Slender E Man or whatever the sewage creature's name was again. But I think for a game called Choo Choo Charles, I saw very few of Charles, except I mean I could try and do Nightmare Mode, I guess, but and I would have to do it if I even do the grind again on Steam, but I'm not doing permadeath right now with that. That is, already have to do that with Outlast, and I have more reason to go back to Outlast to do it because I haven't done that grind once. But yeah, like I said, it's a fun game if you get, especially if you get it on sale for less than how it is. I think it's like $20 normally. Is it on sale on Steam right now? I think it might be. Let's see, Chew. Oh yeah, sale for $2. Definitely pick it up if you haven't picked it up. Then I think $2 is a perfect price for it. If not, maybe I'd say more like five. I'd say it's probably a little bit more reasonable. I'd say, but if it's on sale for $2, you can't. I mean, no matter how short it is, if you pay $2 for it, that's fairly. That's like the same amount you pay for like a Snickers bar, and you're getting more out of. I'd be willing to say you're getting more out of $2 than a Snickers bar, in my opinion. Don't at me. Next up is Resident Evil. Now, this is a tough one because I am definitely one of the defenders of the OG Resident Evil, especially the GameCube version that is out, that is kind of the main out everywhere. So I really want to put so I both want to put this up. I'm definitely putting this up decently because I did enjoy it, and I do love that it's different than the kind of the more of the FPS shooter ones that have come out recently in both the remakes and the main entries. And it was a nice little change of pace. And like I said, honestly, I thought the grind was gonna be a lot worse than it actually was. It was pretty easy enough to do. Honestly, I just had to put my mind to it. It wasn't too much of a challenge. It was a lot more it looked a lot more daunting than it actually was. Is probably the best way to put it. I'm probably gonna put it right here. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, I'll put it here. Yeah, that's probably a perfect spot for that. Alice Madness Returns. This is gonna go up into A tier, if not S tier as well. Let me just double check it. Did I enjoy it? Hmm. Definitely. Actually, don't put it there. I enjoyed Alice. I had fun with it. Like I said, it was the grind wasn't too challenging at all, and honestly, it might have left a little bit to be desired with some, even though some, except for especially with the fact that most of it was collectibles. But I had fun with it. I thought the story pretty was pretty gritty and pretty fun, yet also still pretty dark. I had it was a nice little change on the formula there. It was definitely an interesting style of game. It was kind of like a little bit Souls like, a little bit of just action platformery, and especially going from I mean, technically, I did do. I'm including both American McGee's Alice and Alice Madness in it because he was tied in with it. So honestly, I think if I had to separate Alice McGee from it, I would probably put Alice McGee probably on like B-ish, but Alice Madness I had a lot more fun with, enjoyed it. Honestly, I could probably even see myself doing a challenge later on and going back to it alongside with pretty much a lot of these eighth rankers here. But yeah, so I'm gonna leave it there. Lego Marvel is going into S tier because it's so purely off nostalgia, and I will not apologize for it. It is a big nostalgia. It was one of my first ever grinds, and I did the Xbox version of it, which is why it's up here. Because I did the Xbox version of it this year, and I had a blast going through it again and getting that nice little hit of nostalgia. I did see a lot more weaker points now that I have a little bit more mature of a viewpoint on it, but I still had fun with it. It's still probably one of my favorite Marvel games, if not my own. It's probably that and Lego Jurassic World, maybe also Lego, yeah, probably just Lego Marvel Superheroes and Lego Jurassic World are probably my top two, honestly. But so that's going to an immediate S tier there. And now we get into the five Steam games. The five Steam games that are the five grinds I've done on Steam this year. So that are and I only include the ones I did the grind for, not any of the ones I didn't have achievements for. So There won't be Happy Hills. There won't be the Rain Man. There won't be. Is there any other ones I did that didn't have achievements this year? Let me just double check. Any other ones I did that had no achievements here besides those ones? Yeah, there won't be. Yeah, Happy Hills. I said. Wait a minute. Yep. No, those are the only three I did that didn't have achievements. So pretty much those three didn't get on the list because they don't have achievements. But if they ever do add achievements, I will add them to the next year's list. You can guarantee that. Mouthwashing is. I'm trying to decide where I want to put mouthwashing. Even I was looking at it. I was like, even then when I was doing the other ones, I was looking at it like, what do I want to put mouthwashing? Because like I said, it's a walking sim, so it's a bit less going on with the gameplay wise. However, and even the little bits of gameplay you get is a bit middling. However, the story is phenomenal, and it is very much ran off of how the story is and how surreal the horror is going on. If you can enjoy if you can are able to just engulf yourself in the atmosphere and just focus in on the story and try to get through the interesting gameplay segments that some of them may work for you. Like I said, I think some of them worked for me, and some of them were a bit just I was waiting for it to get back into the actual story going on. But so it's an interesting idea with that. I think I'm gonna put it into A, and I'm honestly gonna probably put it right. Honestly, I might put it at the top of A just because I think, like I said, it's the game. The gameplay is just a little bit to be desired with, but other than that, I had a blast. I wouldn't say blast because it is a I would say it's an entertaining and it's an entertaining time that you and definitely a good horror experience. But to say you're gonna enjoy it may not be the case because it does get into a bit of some very disturbing and a bit touchy subjects. But yes, oh, Last of Us Part One is definitely going to S tier as well. That is going to go. We'll put it right here. I think we'll put it right here. Actually, yeah, I'll put it right there. I fucking loved Last of Us Part One. I've been waiting to do the last. I think, like I said, I think anyone who heard me play it initially, I said when I got into Steam, there's a couple of games that were PS4, that were PlayStation only that I would love that I wanted to get to play, and there was Last of Us, there was Until Dawn, which is also up here, and there was I think Spider Man was on that list as well. I forget. I think there was probably a couple other ones on that list as well, but those are the main three: was Last of Us, Until Dawn, and Spider Man. This year I got two of those done. I'm probably gonna get Spider Man done this year as well. At some point, I want to get it done definitely, especially since apparently Wolverine's coming out this year as well. So I think I'm definitely gonna try and squeeze in Spider Man as well. Honestly, it might even just be I might just try and squeeze in a bit of it every so often. Maybe over the weekends. I don't know. I haven't decided yet, but I really, but I fucking love The Last of Us. I know. I think some. I heard. I know some people complain about the gameplay of it. I love the gameplay. I had a blast with it. I love the story, and it was even better that after this, I went off and watched season one, which was also phenomenal, and I just fucking got it last was obsessed, and it was just a fucking phenomenal time, and I had a blast going through it. I want to get. I definitely Last of Us Part Two is going to happen this year as well, both because I also ordered the physical version of Last of Us Season Two as well, and I want to do the same thing I did with Last of Us Part One, where I play through Last of Us Season Part Two, and then I watch Last of Us Season Two while I do the grind fully for Last of Us Part Two. So yes, it's going to be a fun time for the new year. I have a lot of things planned out before we even get onto the alphabet grind. So keep an eye out for those, right, Ripley? Right? You want to keep an eye out for those, Ripley? Good kitty kitty. But yes. Next on to third item on the Steam is Until Dawn, and this one's gonna probably go into. Honestly, I honestly, I'm doing whether I put it low A or middle B because I had fun with it. I enjoyed it, but also there's a lot I've played other games from them that have done better. Like it's a similar game to the Dark Pictures Anthology, which makes sense because it's the same devs. But I had a lot more fun with most of the other games in that, and even the Quarry over Until Dawn. Like I had, I there's a lot more gameplay formats. There's a lot more of an interesting story going on with them. Until Dawn kind of has like a bit of a generic story for most of it, and like I said, especially the fact that I think I got spoiled a lot more on the story of Until Dawn over last. I don't know. I don't know. like I said, I knew what was pretty much. I did kind of know a little bit about what was going on with both of them before I went into it. But you can enjoy Last of Us without that. You can. Until Dawn is also is very heavily on playing through it initially, and especially doing the grind for it multiple times, and having a lot and finding out a lot more of the flaws over and over and over and over again. It just kind of leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. So I'm gonna probably put it right. I'm either gonna put it low A or high B. I think I might put it into A. Honestly, I might do a little bit of restructuring. I might put it here. Actually, put it here. I'll move rivals down to B, and that'll be good on that. Unsolved Horror is gonna go into C because it's pretty much like five horror game demos, and the only reason I really did it is because I was doing the grind for buckshots, and I wanted to squeeze in a little game in to because we were very close because it was a very short grind by the same guy who did buckshot, and I wanted to squeeze this in real quick to get another completion under the belt, and so that was the plan here. I think it was also to squeeze in just before I went off and did a break. I forget exactly what it was for. I know I was doing it as a squeeze in thing, but like I said, I enjoyed it. There was anything that I didn't like. It was just that it was very short, and the fact that you have five different games in it that all kind of are just a bit meh sometimes is a bit disheartening, I guess. So I'm gonna probably put it above all of you, and I'm probably gonna put it right. I don't know. I'll put it there because these actually have a little bit more gameplay going on, a little bit more replayability than just five horror gamey demos of games that are just small and a little bit unfinished. And Trash Goblin is gonna go into I'm trying to think. I'm gonna put it into. I'm probably gonna put. I think I'm gonna put it into A. But would I put it over U? Yes. 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 Mm, I'm trying to decide where I want to put it now. Actually, we'll put it low A, and I think I do want to move mouthwashing up to S just because I love the story on it. And I just don't want to even out the playing field just a little bit more. I think I might move some of you guys down here as well, just because a bit generic. Just I guess this shows you why I have a lot of OCE games on my list because apparently I might have it. But we're just gonna move some stuff around here. I might move you up to. I'm gonna move you guys down here, and I'll move you. I think I'm gonna move you down to here. That feels a little bit more accurate to me. And I think I'll move you into. Hmm. I think I'm gonna put you right there. Like I said, I did enjoy Trash Goblin. The fact that we squeezed in the grind right before the end of the year last year is phenomenal. It was amazing, but there's a lot of grindy bits that I wasn't the biggest fan of, especially with having to trying to squeeze in, RNGing Donoval back in and trying to hopefully get the RNG or the right customers to get them in. Like I said, I think the problem is I was treating it more as a trying to get the grind done instead of just trying to enjoy it. I feel like this would have been a better game to do off stream, but because it was gifted it and because it was on Steam, I decided to stream it instead. I probably would have had more fun with it if I did it off stream and just tried to cozy it on and just watch like a YouTube video while working through it. But like I said, I still had fun with it. I still enjoyed myself with it, and it's a nice little interesting idea and a cool little concept. But I just wish I could have, sat down and enjoyed it a bit more, and also wish it had a little bit more going for it, and a little bit, and the fact that the updates keep on adding more and more achievements that are forcing me to do things I probably already got done in the original game is just a little bit disheartening, I guess. But that is my complete tier list here for the first one. This took me a lot longer than I thought it would. I didn't realize how long it was going to take. I'm going to quickly screenshot that. Quickly switch over to chatting here while I get that saved. 20. Come on, type it right, please. Why won't you? Oh, yeah, my numpad is broke. I forgot about that. Perfect. All right, wonderful. All right, that is tier list number one done. Ola. We are now moving on to tier list number two. Pretty similar to the last one, except this is entirely based off of the rarest achievements on the game. And I just realized I don't have my little slip that told me about all of the well, all of the achievements are. Damn it, Ripley, I'm gonna have to wake you up. So I'm sorry, Ripley. I'm sorry. Actually, you know what? We'll wait on the achievements then because I do need to go and get my. I have a slip that tells me exactly what each achievement is, and I want to wait a bit until I want to go and grab that. And I don't want to wake up Ripley right now. So we'll do the movies first, and then we'll do the hardest achievements. Just get the favorites out the way, I guess, and to take a little break from talking about each of those games, I guess. So well, these are all the movies I went and saw in theaters, and the also chronologically from January to the most recent December. I thought I might go see a movie sometime this week, and I did not. I was gonna end up seeing it tonight, but like I said, got to go into work, so I can't. So I probably end up seeing it one over the weekend. I was kind of thinking about maybe going to go see. I think the Anaconda remake was kind of a little bit I was looking interested in, but I also thought the Housemaid looked a bit interesting. So we'll see which one I end up going to go see. But whatever it is will be the first movie I watch in 2026. So it'll be interesting to see. So now so I guess if you're a gaming fan, just hold off for a bit. We're gonna be talking a lot about movies here. So and if you guys haven't seen any of these movies, feel free to say your mentions about them as well. Otherwise, I'm going to be pretty much talking about my own opinions on them. So remember, these are my opinions. You get back in my, if you want to have your own opinions on here, get inside my head and step them in. But yes, so first one up is the Wolfman. This is the 2025, I think it came out 2025 version that was made by Lee Winnell. This is going to go into B. I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. But there's a lot of things I wish it would have done better, and I don't think I liked it as much as his previous one on the previous remake he's done with the Invisible Man. I think I'm actually I might move it up to A for the time being, just because I might lower it down. I'd rather leave it up higher and then lower it down than leave it down lower and then raise it up. Also, I'm gonna add in a F rank here because I didn't realize I had one. I didn't have one. I'm gonna quickly because I think I might actually have some Fs on here I want to add, and I didn't realize I didn't have one until just now. Actually, no, I think I had one, and then I had to refresh, and then my computer updated, so I had to put it all back up here, so I didn't have it anymore. But yes, I did like the Wolfman. There were just some things about it that just kind of didn't like as much as I would have, and I had a bit of a problem, and I just couldn't get into it as much as I would have loved to, the and I just didn't like it as much as I did with his previous work on. And I just couldn't stop comparing it to his other work with The Invisible Man, which was leagues better, and I enjoyed it a hell of a lot more. So The Wolfman is going to stay in A tier for the time being. Companion is I'm probably gonna honestly I might just put Companion on my as one of my first S tiers just because I fucking love Companion. I went into the Companion very blind. I still had a little bit I knew about it, oh boy, did that little bit mean nothing because I still fucking enjoyed that movie. We went to places I did not know it was going to, and it was a thrill ride, a fun journey, and it was even making me question it, and it even had a bit of good philosophy to it and to as well. And I fully enjoyed the movie. I highly recommend you to watch it, especially if you're a horror fan or if you're a horror or a sci-fi fan. It is a great movie, and I recommend highly that you go into it knowing absolutely nothing about anything going on. It is a thrill ride. It is a fun movie. Go watch it if you haven't yet. It is definitely one of my top horror movies of 2025, and which is saying something because I watched it all the way out in January. So, oh boy, we got a lot to go with it as well. And there's already other ones on here. And even then, even me saying it's one of my top horror movies of 2025, there's still movies in here that I'd probably put above it. So keep an eye out for that. Uh, Love Hurts is gonna go into C tier. I'll be honest. I went and saw this movie because this was my birthday movie. I went and go saw this on my birthday, which is February 7th. For those who don't know, why didn't you send me a birthday gift last year? You have a new year to send one in. I'm kidding, but yes. So I went and saw this on my birthday here, and it was not as good as I was hoping for. It was like I said, I thought it was gonna. I was hoping for it to be a fun, action movie, maybe a bit more of a popcorn movie. It was heavily popcorn movie, and it was a bit, and it wasn't even as good of an action movie as I would have liked it to be, and it was. a little bit too cheesy for me at times, so I just couldn't get into it as much. I still I wouldn't say I hated it. It's just it's the type of movie for you to watch on if you have a streaming service and you want a movie to watch at night, like before you go off to bed, and you just need something to chill and relax to, or something to watch in the background while you're working on, while you're doing work or doing the gaming or whatnot. This is the type of movie to do that with. But it's just kind of a bit bare bones and a little bit predictable and cliche. So it's just so I'm gonna leave it at C tier there. Hard Eyes a bit similar, but also I did enjoy it a bit more because actually it's some good, a little bit better comedy and a little bit better. And also, just I'm a bigger fan of horror movies, so I willing to give those a bit more of an edge. So yeah, like I said, I enjoyed Hard Eyes. I didn't enjoy it as much as I hoped I was going to, and it was a bit, like I said, it was a bit generic on some of the plot details. I liked some of the other ones, and I like some of the other parts of it, and I hated some of the other parts of it. And I just wish I kind of, it's just one of those movies that I'm going to be mentioning a couple times where I wish I would have could have loved it as a lot more than as much as I thought I was going to. But it's going to stay at B tier. But the monkey is going to move up to A tier. I I like I said, I'll be honest. When I initially watched the movie, I thought it was probably about like C tier. Didn't get into it as much, and I didn't have as much fun with it. But I rewatched it again fairly recently, and I actually loved it a lot more. I had it was a lot more fun, especially, and it was I went to it a little bit more popcorn movie mentality, a little bit less on the because the problem is I went to it thinking it was going to be another movie like Long Legs because it's the same director. No, it was very different, and I honestly appreciate that. It was feels like it was definitely felt like a breath of different kind of movie, and I enjoyed it watching it again. Like I said, I liked it. I definitely liked it a lot more the second time around, especially after once I watched it in a new kind of headspace and a little bit less looking for it as a movie similar to Long Legs, just trying to watch it as a good horror movie. Bloat is going to be our first ever F tier. Congratulations, Bloat. You sucked. This is a movie I went to. It was a very small release movie that I went to because I liked the idea of it because it was very much advertising itself digital as a digital perspective movie like Missing or Searching and I loved both of those movies, and this movie did not hit the mark. I did not like it at all. There was some good moments of it that may make me raise it up to D tier if I feel like it is an F tier movie that does so bad that I want to move it up a bit. But looking at this list here, I do not see that anywhere here. So I'm going to leave it at F tier because I think this honestly might be one, if not two, only F tiers. But I did like there's a couple of good things about it. I did like a couple of the actors in it. I think they did good performance wise, but I did not like the story. I did not. I think they didn't use the framing device well enough. I think that, and I don't think it definitely did not hit it as hard as I did with Searching and Missing, which I absolutely fucking loved. So unfortunately that's gonna be the first F tier. And probably I from just watching looking at here, it's gonna be probably one of at least maybe two or three, depending on how I feel about them. So we'll see about that. The first and one of only two because I did not go and see Strip Fantastic Four in theaters because I barely missed out on seeing it in theaters, but I have it on physical, so I'm gonna watch it at some point this year. Is a Captain America: Brave World, and honestly, this is probably gonna go into C tier as well. I will say I do like it more than I know. I know a lot of people who absolutely hated this movie last year. I liked it a bit, but I didn't. But I definitely understand the problems with it, and I didn't like it as much. And I definitely had the same problems as some other people who had seen the movie, and it was just it didn't hit it, especially when it was in the same year as another movie that another especially Marvel movie that I absolutely adored a hell of a lot more. It just didn't click as much for me, and I just couldn't enjoy it as much. And it was one of those movies that I'm just like watching. I was like, okay, are we getting to the end now? 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 And I always hate it. And I feel like if the movie is making you actively ask, "Are we getting to the end?" You've done something wrong because you're not engrossing them in your movie because they're just people. The viewer just is just trying to get out as much as they fast as they can. But Yeah, so that is gonna be. I might honestly, I might move it to D. I'm trying to decide where I even want to rank it here because I might. Part of me wants to rank it up down to D, but also part of me is like I did enjoy it more than Love Hurts, and I don't think that's a D movie. We'll leave it there for the time being. Opus is another one that was a bit disappointing for me. It's very much. I think the problem is it's trying. It very much feels like other movies I've seen that have come out before. Like it's very midsummer. It's very much. It's very. If you pretty much if you've seen a horror movie featuring a cult, this is that, but with a music, but in the style of a musician style. Like it's run by a pop star going on, and it feels very odd that the pop star is being played by John Malkovich, who definitely doesn't feel like a pop star. And he doesn't look like it, and he plays it well, but he definitely does not have the same. Doesn't feel like he has the vibe of that going on. But maybe it's just me. But like I said, I had fun with it, and I'm not gonna put it to F because I did enjoy parts of it, but it did just kind of feel like a generic slash bland movie, and I've seen parts of it before all the time, so it didn't act like I said. The only reason it's not going to F is because I didn't hate the movie. I'd be willing to rewatch it at some point, and who knows, maybe I'd even be able to put it up a bit higher now that when I rewatch it, but just not right now, not anytime soon, honestly. Uh, and the best way to compare that to is to Ash, which is a similar movie where I had heard barely anything about it, but honestly, this is an A tier movie. I absolutely loved. Actually, no, honestly, this might be it was top of A tier because it's probably slightly below S tier because there's some problems with it I don't like as much. But I I loved Ash. I knew not. That's another one where I knew almost nothing about it, similar to Companion. But it was also a smaller release, and I didn't know as much, and I don't think a lot of people know a lot about this movie either. Same thing with Opus. So I absolutely loved Ash. It's a good sci-fi movie. It kept me guessing a lot of the way through, and it was just, a lot of it, and it has some great visuals going on with it as well. I had a blast. I loved Ash. It was a good movie. I want to rewatch it at some point. Like I said, it's probably borderline S tier. There's a bit of it that I wasn't. There's bits of it that I wasn't the biggest fan of, and also I just think that the other movies are just such high highs that I don't think that Ash being just a really good movie puts itself above it. But I just loved Ash. I have it on my rewatch list because I want to get back around to watching it at some point because I want to put it on my because it is a good movie. And like I said, for the fact that it feels it's very. I think this is the director's second ever movie going on, but it is, and I think it is. But I think he did a fantastic job with it. Right, Ripley? What do you think, Ripley? You think you like? Did you like Ash? You didn't even see an Ash. You haven't even seen Ash yet, Ripley. I'll have to watch that for you. But yes, what do you think, Ripley? Ripley's snuggling on and that good baby. Hi, Ripley. Hi. Oh, you getting up? You getting up? Oh, big stretchy, big stretchy, big stretchy. The cool commentator's chair is over there as well. If you want to sit by yourself there, Ripley. No, you just want to stretch up. You just want to stretch up and cuddle back in. Okay, fine. I'm gonna take a little sip of water here as well because I've been yapping for a good long while. Oh, good water. Oh, sorry, Ripley. I didn't spook you with water. Sorry, Ripley. I didn't spook you with water. Ripley's going. Ripley's going. Okay, well, saying we should take a break, I guess, because she's going off for a bit. I want to quickly grab my notes here for a second, and Ad's also going to be starting soon as well. So this is the perfect time to take a small little break here between. Well, I guess I am in the middle of doing the movies tier list, but I'm gonna take a small little break here while the ads are going, and I'm going to go quickly grab the paper I need for the hardest achievements, and just to quickly go get another beverage besides water because I want to have a little bit more fun going on. Woohoo! So I will be right back with some more after a quick little break here so I should be hopefully back before the ads. I will see you guys real soon. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Unfortunately, I need to quickly show you guys what the hell's going on here. Hello, I'm back. Hello. Quick thing to show you. I've lost my seat to this little fluffy bud. Ripley, you have a co. By the way, Ripley, you have a co-commentator chair right over there. You have your chair is right over there. Your chair is right there, Ripley. Your chair is right back there. If you want me to snuggle you, you gotta move. If you want your own chair, you got your seat right back there. I'm gonna have to move the chair, Ripley, if you want me to use the other one though. So you're either gonna have to I'm either gonna move the chair with you on it, or you're gonna have to move the chair yourself. So I'm just gonna move the chair here real quick. I don't want to alarm you, Ripley. I just want to move you out the way so I can quickly do a little swap here. Okay. This I will take the co-commentator chair if you really want that chair, Ripley. I will let you take the real chair, and I'll take the co-commentator chair here. But you're gonna be a little stinker like that, Ripley. Little stinky, little stinker. All right, let me quickly move you back into position. There you go. There you go. Now you're in the co-commentator chair. The new I'm I guess I'll have to use the co-commentator chair. I don't have my good fun armrest here, Ripley. Now look who you've done. Okay, look what you've done, Ripley. Look what you've done. Look at this little fuzzbutt's done. Look at her. Do you have any regrets about this, Ripley? Any regrets? No. Okay, good. Little stinker. Anyway, excuse me. Good baby. Good baby. Good baby. Anyway, back to the old ranking things going on. Let me just quickly adjust the camera frame here. Ah, there you go. Good old Rip here. Actually, no, it's not Rip here. It's Dr. Pepper knockoff, I guess. But fancy kind. But yes, anyway, back to ranking again. Now we're back to the ads. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Good little baby. Good kitty kitty. Good kitty kitty. Good kitty kitty. Anyway, the next one is the amateur. Now I think this is one of those. This is one of the ones on here that I got taken to because my friends recommended it. We should go see it, so I went off to go see it, and I liked it. I did like it. I'm gonna probably put it to B here just because I liked it, but to be honest, until I was going through my movie tickets collection and I saw that I had watched it, I completely forgot I had gone to I about this movie. I completely forgot about it, and I just did not remember that oh yeah, I'd seen that movie. It was like I said, I liked it when I watched it, but it's definitely one of those movies that you watch once, maybe twice, and then you completely forget about it after the fact, and then it's like, oh yeah, I like that movie. We'll watch it again. That kind of, which doesn't really, like I said, it's a good movie, but it's just not. But it's just well made, but doesn't have a lot of stuff going on for it that makes you memorable and just reminds you like, oh yeah, I love that movie and whatnot. Like I'll probably, honestly, probably after I do the list for this, I probably will forget about it again, and then someone will mention if I've seen it. And I'm like, oh, what's that movie about? It's like, oh, Rami Malek is a amateur FBI agent. Like, oh yeah, I have seen that one. Yeah, actually, I have. Damn it, I forgot about that one. But yeah, so good movie, but it's also very easily forgettable in my opinion. But yes, Drop. This is one I know I heard a lot. I've heard a lot of people love, but honestly, I just couldn't get too much into it. I thought it was a little too generic, and it was a lot of it was spoiled ahead of time in the trailers, which unfortunately played every time I was in the theaters. So I was always spoiled by it, and when I went to the movie to go see the movie myself because I was already planning on going to go see it, it felt like I had just already seen the movie because I already knew what was going to happen with it. And there's like one or two things I didn't predict, but everything I already in saw in the trailers happened in the movie. You pretty much gave away the movie in it, and like I said, I couldn't avoid it because it's not like I was actively seeking out the trailers. It's just all the time I was at the theaters, it was playing this trailer, this trailer, this trailer. Go see Drop, and I think that might have been the problem with it. But so maybe later on down the line, once I forget what happens in the movie, or when it's time for rewatch, maybe I'll enjoy it more. But just off of my one and only watch of it, I just didn't like it too much, and I just thought it was a bit generic and a little bit heavily reliant on its device, on its central idea, and the whole the whole gimmick of the movie. But yes, but transitioning over to a good horror movie that came out this year, and by good I mean fucking phenomenal, and I would be surprised if it doesn't get nominated for an Oscar. It's Sinners. Holy shit, I loved Sinners. It is a like I said, I thought Companion was like my top horror movie for a while, and then I think it was in March Sinners came out. I want to say, and it was fucking phenomenal. I cannot. I would be doing a disservice if I even started talking about Sinners because it is a because if I said one thing about it, I'd have to say everything I loved about the movie, and it's just it's great music, great performances from both, and it is a phenomenal movie. And it is I would be like I said I would be shocked if it doesn't get a single Oscars nom, let alone a win. I think it deserves best soundtrack, best music, best original song. All the music ones, give it to Sinners. If I can give it Best Picture, give it away. You can be sure that if it gets any nominations when I do my Oscars predictions, it'll be up there. Holy shit, it's a great fucking movie. It is. I feel like, and I feel like this is one of those things where I think pretty much everyone has seen Sinners at this point because it is a fucking phenomenal movie, and of course, and it is a, and I think that if you haven't seen Sinners yet, I think everyone in the S tier that I put up here definitely go out and see. This is a definitely pick up however you can, watch it and enjoy it. Especially Sinners is one where even if you know what's going to happen in the movie, it is still a fun ride and a phenomenal time. And I think you should watch it no matter how much you already. Even if you've already seen like a recap of it because you weren't sure if you'd like the movie or not, it's so much better than anyone could even tell you about it. It is a it is a experience, and if you and you will immediate and no matter how and just the moment you go watch the movie, you will immediately get engrossed by it, and you will forget how long the movie's even gone on until you see that final credit roll. There, it is a I fucking love Sinners. Uh, and switching over from probably the best movie of the year if I don't change my mind about any of the other ones up here, we have what is probably one of the worst movies of the year, but not. I wouldn't. I will say I am going to be generous to it, and I'm going to put it into detail because I did like parts of it, and I hate to admit it. I did like parts of it. I thought some of the ideas in it were interesting. It's a terrible Until Dawn movie. I will give it that. It is a terrible movie connected to Until Dawn, and it is terrible with that. I like I said, I don't mind the fact that it is a different story and a different idea and not just the same thing we saw in the game initially. That makes sense. Why do the game again if it's already, pretty much a movie itself? My problem is the fact that it is very much it would be very easy enough to remove everything about Until Dawn and make it a different movie. I think the best way to do an adaptation, if you're not going to do the same thing again, is to take the ideas or the things in it and move it over into a new format or a new story going on with it. This movie is would be very easy to make with you move. All you have to do is just change a couple names and change like two slight creature designs and one, and that's pretty much all you need to do. The only other thing I could guess is because Pierre Stormare is technically the villain in it, but he's very different than his characterization in the Until Dawn game, where he's more of a. I think that was always been my biggest criticism with is that in the game he is a lot more of a. He is a bit antagonistic, but he's less of a. He's less. He's less of an antagonist. He's more of a trying to He's being a more negative guiding voice. I think he's like a little bit more like a bit. I think the best way to put it is like a J.K. Simmons in Whiplash, where he's like actively insulting and like degrading and degrading the character, but he's trying to do it from a good place. Whereas in the movie, he is very much the antagonist, doing everything evilly, trying to do it for his own purpose, that kind of thing. So I feel like he's very mischaracterized in the movie, which feels weird because it's the same guy doing the character. It's just a different. So I don't know if it's just he fully relied he just let the script go on as it is, or if he just kind of been too long since he's played the part, so he kind of lost his characterization of it. I don't know, but it's been, but it's just flopped a bit in my opinion. But like I said, I still had some bits I enjoyed. There's a couple of effects I liked. There was a couple of scenes I did like, and there was a couple, and I did like a couple of the horror beats. It just I wish it was. I just wish it was something other than Until Dawn the movie. I wish if it was. It was just like repeat, live, die, repeat. Some other different name on it, and just didn't have the Until Dawn on it. I might like it more. It's just when you compare it with Until Dawn, it just has that bit of a unfortunate kind of a really this is the movie kind of idea. Uh, Another movie I wish I could have loved more that I didn't was Clown in the Cornfield. I thought I would like this movie more because it was directed by the same guy. I think it's the same guy who did Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, and I love that movie as well. But it felt a bit too generic at points, and I think they killed off a couple of the most interesting characters too early on, so I couldn't really, and I wanted to see more of them. But I think they killed them off too early on, so we didn't get to see more of them. And I think it just felt a bit too generic, and they kind of gave away the whole plot right off the bat, and I just couldn't enjoy as much. But I would still put it above. I'd still put it above probably a lot of you. Yeah, I'll put it you. I'd still watch it probably above all the other movies here, but it's and who knows. Once again, it's probably the same thing with Drop, where if I rewatch it again, maybe I'll enjoy it more. But it's just not just didn't click for me the first time I watched it. Thunderbolts, however, this is I think so. Unless Fantastic Four blows me away, this was a phenomenal movie, and it's probably my top Marvel movie of the year. It was. I was surprised by how good it was after the kind of middling success we've had in the uh past couple of years from Marvel, but I think this is a good idea, and I think it's because it just kind of loses itself off of the whole. It kind of loses the whole, I think some of the problems with the other movies is that it's been too reliant on the fact that it's a connected universe. And like, we have all these characters from the previous movies, and the previous movies. Yes, that's in here because of course all the characters are from the past movies, but after that, it is just you're just watching these characters interact that were from these all these different movies, watching and learning how they interact with each other, and watching them deal with the plot of the movie going on. And I think a lot of the success from the movie is just because all the actors and actresses do a great job with it, and they are good at playing off of each other. They have some great scenes going on with it, and it's just a fun movie. And I think this could have easily been a terrible movie that was just going to be, one of the movies to toss in there to keep the Marvel stuff going on. But I had fun with it, I enjoyed it, and it was like I said, I was pleasantly surprised, especially after just going to go see Captain America a couple months beforehand. And so yeah, I will put that in a solid A there. Another one I really bring it back. This is another one I really want to love more, and I did like it more than a lot of the other ones I've been saying that for. But especially compared to Talk to Me, which I think was a standout movie last year, it just had a bit less going for it. Actually, yeah, I'll give it a little bit higher. I'll put it into A. I did like it. I did like it a lot. I did definitely like it a lot, and I did enjoy it very much. It just didn't hit as much as I would have loved to. I wish it was just. I don't know. I think it's just because and like I said, it's not even. I don't even think it's because the movie does anything wrong. I think it's just because I love Talk to Me so much that when Bring It Back came back, and it wasn't, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was a step down. It was just a little lower of a step up, and I just couldn't, and I just didn't like it as much for that. But I think it is definitely still a great movie, and especially if you love Talk to Me, I would definitely recommend you go off and go watch it because it's the same directors and the same people behind it. Uh, Final Destination Bloodlines is going into S tier as well, but I'm gonna put it at the bottom of it because, and I think the whole reason why I'm gonna put it into S tier is because I binge watched all the Final Destination movies before it, and I honestly will say, minus the first one, I might be willing to give the first one over it, but I think Final Destination Bloodlines is a better movie over all of them, and I think it is a if you've seen the movie, you know exactly why. It has some great kills. It has some fun. It has some great character moments. It has some great it has some good comedy beats there as well. It knows how to play up with your tension and play with your suspense. And I also and I just fucking love that opening scene with the sit and rotate restaurant. Oh, it is. I love it. I love it. I could probably honestly I could probably rewatch that just that opening scene again because it is a pretty much a good lesson in how to build suspense with the fact that you watch the whole you especially since you've seen the other movies before, you know to look out for all the things gonna happen, what to look out for ahead of time, what to be prepared for, and the moment you get into the opening, you're immediately looking at like, how is this going to go wrong? What's going to happen? Why should I be concerned? What's going to be the problem here? And it just plays off of that the whole time, and it knows how to keep you on the edge of your seat. And like I said, the other good part about it is the fact that it's not just some random people that college friends or some random people who met each other on the highway or some or stuff. It's you're watching a family go through this thing, so they already have that relationship set ahead of time, and you can easily feel how it impacts the family there, because of course it's going to impact you when you watch your dad die to a lawnmower out there. Of course it's gonna fuck you up and make you a bit hesitant and concerned about what's going on. But yeah, it's a I love I like I said, all the S ranks. I'm gonna just say go out and watch them if you haven't yet, because I mean the fact that they're all horror movies. I guess if you're not a horror fan, fair enough. But especially Sinners, go out and watch Sinners. That's I guess that might be the takeaway of the stream today is just go watch Sinners if you haven't yet. If you somehow have been someone who's been under the rock tonight, go watch Sinners. But moving on to, I feel like it's just I feel like a lot of these are just like good movie, bad disappointment, good movie, disappointment, good movie, disappointments. It feels like I've just been going up and down with that on my theater runs here. It just feels I feel it does feel a bit odd to me looking back at this and be like, oh yeah, I can't wait until I watch those movies back to back to back and going like good movie, bad movie, good movie, bad movie. It's funny to watch, I guess, but moving on to the next one was another smaller release. I want to say, if it was, it just wasn't advertised. If it wasn't, it just wasn't advertised as much. Was Dangerous Animals, which I think is another style of gimmick movie, like similar to Drop, where you're basically going into it for the idea that the movie is about a killer who uses sharks to kill people. That is the entire movie, but it's not as much of a slasher as that idea makes it seem like, and it doesn't. And I don't, in my opinion, I just didn't get into it as much. But I don't know if I want to put it to D or C because I definitely liked it less than Drop. I had more fun with Drop going on. I definitely had less going on with Clown and Cornfield. I definitely think it was better than both of these two, and I definitely, but I don't. I'm trying to figure out whether I want to place it. Where I want to place it here. I think I'll place it D. I'll put it in D for dangerous. Good kitty, kitty. Ripley, my good Ripley. What are your thoughts on dangerous animals, Ripley? Thoughts? Ripley, thoughts? Ripley says Ripley. Well, there's Ripley's thoughts there for you. If you if you heard him now, that was Ripley's thoughts. But yes. Anyway, But anyway, like I said, so it definitely. It don't. I feel like it's the same thing with Love Hurts there, where I would say if you feel like you want to give it a shot, watch it either watch it alongside doing something else, or watch it as like a little popcorn movie to watch late at night. Just don't look into it too much. I guess don't look for. You're not gonna find your new philosophy. You're not your new theological idea out of it. Just gonna be watch a guy kill people with sharks. So watch a real estate agent beat up some people. Ah. Uh, Honestly, I think that this might be the first Wes Anderson movie I've ever seen in theaters, and I just wanted to go see it because I knew I liked a bit. I started to get a bit into Wes Anderson before it was released. Was the Phoenician Scheme here? The thing is, I don't think I liked it as much as some of the other ones that have come out. Like I didn't like it as much as Grand Budapest Hotel, and definitely not as much as Fantastic Mr. Fox. But I still liked it. I still had fun with it, and I enjoyed it. And I would definitely put it into. I think I'll probably put it into A tier, probably about right there. It's still definitely very Wes Anderson style. If you've seen a Wes Anderson movie, you know what that style is. But like I said, I enjoyed it. I think there's some good performances in it, and I did enjoy it for the most. I did enjoy it as well, but it did get a bit iffy near the end, and it got a bit too like it was trying to just hurry it all up and rush it to the end. Ripley, what do you think? What do you think, Ripley? And it definitely feels like the movie sometimes feels like it's a little bit thinks itself is a little bit bigger than it actually is, I guess. But I don't know. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I might even rewatch it at some point to get my thoughts on it a bit more. We're going to the. We're finally into one of the. I'll see it. What I say, any of the other ones on blockbusters here? No. I probably let's just try to feel like this one. That's probably the only one that felt that I watched that kind of felt like a summer blockbuster type of movie was Jurassic World Rebirth here, but I did not like it. Like I said, definitely compared to the fact that it's a Jurassic World slash Jurassic Park movie. I did not enjoy it as much. It like I said, I saw the trailers for it and I thought, oh, this is gonna be a generic Jurassic World movie. And I saw the kind of what it looked like on the trailers and whatnot. I thought, oh, it looks like a generic Jurassic World movie. Went and saw it in theaters. Oh, it's a generic Jurassic World style movie. It feels like I said, it does. It feels it's a bit different. I will say it does feel a bit different, especially compared to the Jurassic World movies before it. But it doesn't hit as much as any of the. Like, I will say it's probably better than Dominion. I do think it's better than Dominion, but I think I would probably watch a lot of the other. Well, I guess three as well. I would put it above it three, but I would definitely watch most of the other ones over it just because I think they have better stories and better characters in it over what kind of felt like they just took the Jurassic World idea and then just said, "Hey, put some actors in it, send them out into the middle of nowhere, let them play in the movie," you know. So I'm just gonna toss that into. I'm trying to think of what way we'll put it. We'll put it right here. I think a good C tier. I might move drop up a little bit more. We'll move drop up a little bit just to just to organize it a bit, and also because I'm willing to give it a little bit more lax, I guess. Megan is another one that I was very disappointed when it came out because, well, Megan 2.0, I guess, but because like I said, for those who don't know, how it's gone for me with Megan is I watched the first movie in theaters. I did not like it. I rewatched it again. I actually did like it because I thought about it a bit more and I had a little bit more of a. I watched a little bit more with a little bit more of an open eye and I had a little bit more. I basically I think the first time I watched it, I had a bit of a problem with it because I watched it was a, oh, this is just Child's Play again. But but then I watched the second time. I was like, oh, it's Child's Play, but for for a newer generation, a newer idea, and a newer audience with some, and actually had some more than just the story of Child's Play again. But the problem is that the reason why I like the first movie, they got that entirely out of Megan 2.0, and it goes from being a horror movie to pretty much being a spy thrillery James Bond attempt at cyborg android thing that makes the villain from the first movie a good character and doesn't try to and tries to make them seem like actually they're just like I said, I feel like Megan in the first movie was even more sympathetic than she was in this movie, and I think in this movie she just is and I think it just feels like it feels like both somehow a different character, and also the fact that that they just flanderized the original character a whole lot more. I just didn't like it. I don't even know if I don't even know if I want to. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'll do a double feature so I can really get my ideas about what they did wrong with Megan 2.0 as composed to the first movie, but for right now, you're just gonna get put into high D tier, honestly. Because I can't even say I had fun with it. Honestly, it wasn't even. I didn't have fun with it as much as some of the other movies up here where I had a little bit of fun with. It just was just. I just every time the whole movie time I was watching this movie, I was like, I could be out watching Megan. I could be out watching Companion. Even I could be watching any of the movies up here over Megan. This is a movie that I think almost none of you have probably heard about. I pretty much wanted to go see. It's called Skill House. I can probably. I'm gonna pull it up on Letterboxd here as well, so you guys can see as well. Because I think this is probably a movie that I don't think anyone has heard about. It's probably the same thing along the lines of Bloat here as well. But I think even less people have probably seen this here because it's. I think it was even like a smaller like Fathom release. Honestly, it wasn't even like an actual release like the other movies on that people might have seen here. Where's Skill House? Pull up Skill House here. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Pull it up. Yeah, this is Skill House here. This is Skill House. Uh, I went into this not knowing anything, and I said, "Oh, you know what? You know what? Worst case scenario, this will be a dumb fun. This will be a dumb fun horror movie." Uh, uh, and but you know what? I can't even really say it was dumb fun. It was just kind of dumb. It very much played off of the idea, the influencery style of idea, and it just kind of it does feel like a bit like it. I don't know. I would, at least I feel like if I could find other like low budget horror movies, I would have enjoyed more over this a lot because it just felt like it kind of felt like they got a couple of months that they got a bit of a they got a check there and they decided, you know what, let's just fill up as much as we can with the check here and then skim whatever we can out for ourselves. And like I said, and you can also see a bit of the cheapness of the production here. That's just a That's just a store spider there that they put a little saw blade on. You really see those at like Walmart on the when you're trying to buy out a. I think even nowadays some places they do it on video games as well. If they just because or just pretty much anything with a decent price to it, that's the little spider that they put on, and they just had to slap a little saw blade on to make it. Ooh, it's a scary thing. Ooh, spooky. And like I said, low budget is not immediately a problem, but the problem is when you actually have no you pretty much your only plot is just hey we walk around for a bit, guy dies, walk around for a bit, guy dies, walk around for a bit, guy dies, and that is and how I don't know how easy it was. I think I wrote for one of my back when I was in high school. I wrote a little short story thing there that was pretty much exactly something like that. And I think I even did a better job with it because I had a little bit more going on with the plot of who the characters were and what was going on with them. This just feels like someone took their little high school short horror story and then decided, oh yeah, I have some money I can spend with it. Let's make a movie out of it. And it just like I said, maybe maybe I might have to go. Maybe I'll go into it as a popcorn movie mentality sometime later down the line. But I'm probably gonna move it down to F tier here just for the time being because I I just did not. I like I said, I went into it with no expectations and I was somehow disappointed. It was just I just didn't like it. What's going on, Munchlax? Welcome on in. We just doing my tier listing for the movies I've seen in theaters. We've already done the tier list of all of my grinds from this year, and we'll be doing the hardest achievements after the fact. How are you doing in the new year, Munchlax? I hope you're doing rather well. Also, like I said, this is actually not this is not alcohol. This is literally just knockoff Dr Pepper, pretty much. Like it's not knockoff Dr Pepper, but fancy Dr Pepper. Ooh. Ripley's also being a little snoozer over here. She stole my chair. My co She's I'm using a co-commentator chair right now just because she stole my actual chair because when I went away to go get the list and beverage. I'm gonna take a little bit of water right now. I think I need a little more hydration. We should not be awake right now. Oh, no worries. No, if you want to just look, if you just want to look, or if you need to go out and go to bed, that is entirely fine. We understand, and I hope you have a good night. Otherwise, we'll be happy to have you hang around here with us as well. Right now, like I said, pretty much right now, I'm just chatting about the movies I saw in theaters and doing a little bit of a little bit bite-sized review of them, I guess, to give a little blurb about what they are and why I'm putting them where they are. I'm thinking I'm gonna move these up a little bit. I'm gonna move these on just a little bit. So I'm gonna move you down to there. Actually, I think I'll move you up for the time being. I'm gonna move you back down again, but we will see. But yes. Anyway, but yeah. So this is basically this is basically my lineup so far of the movies. If you let me, I mean, if you have any opinions as well, feel free to let us know about them as well. Good kitty kitty. Also, this is another movie that I feel like I'm gonna go. I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm gonna put this into F tier, D tier. The I Know What You Did Last Summer remake is absolutely terrible. I hated this movie. Like I said, I went into this thinking it was gonna be. You see the problem is I think it is that they went into it with a Scream 5 mentality. They tried to do a Scream 5 movie off of the I Know What You Did Last Summer franchise, which could work. However, they took all the wrong lessons off of Scream 5 and did them and kept away a lot of the good stuff they had in Scream 5. They did the same plot again in the movie. They did the same plot again from the first movie, but with different characters, and then just kind of made the movie go, and then tried to just play it along like it's something different. And it doesn't even have any like good. It's not even really like connected to the first movies except for the characters. It's not like a like in the first, at least with Scream 5, it's like, oh, the reason they're doing this is to base off of that, and also the fact that there's couple of connections to it. The whole like it like the only the pretty much the legacy characters and the fact that it's a somewhat and it's pretty much it feels like it tries to straddle the line between requel and remake, and it just tries like plays the like first bit of the movie it's remake, and then it goes to requel and then remake and then requel, and it just kind of flip flops between what it wants to do with each one, depending on whether it wants to be a legacy sequel or whether it wants to be a remake of the first movie. And then in the ending, I absolutely hated because it betrays the like it pretty much just tries to it's pretty much just pulls a big old fuck you onto the entirety of the first of both the first two movies. I honestly I don't think that they can have any more fuck yous to I'll always know because it is just already in the ground covered in shit. But I absolutely hated this movie, and I think because of that betrayal, I might put it to F honestly, and I might even put it between Skill House as well because I think at least I liked some bits of Skill House, and I actually had and it has a lower budget. This was a full budget movie that had that it was that had that betrayed the original and also just completely shat itself on the way out. And the worst and the best thing and even the cherry on top is that I think Bambi the Reckoning, the movie I went and saw after the fact, was a better movie than I Know What You Did Last Summer. A cheapy copyright horror based off of Bambi, I think did a better job at being a horror movie than a big budget remake of a prominent horror franchise here. I'm probably gonna put it right about. Honestly, I might even put it into C here. We'll put it right there. We'll put you right there. I'll put you right into C there because actually I had some pretty decent enjoyment with Bambi there. Actually, no, I don't think I think it's more like there. Yeah, that feels a bit more accurate. But yes. Ugh. Oh, what do you think, Ripley? What do you think? Ripley is completely taking. Ripley's taking a good long nappy. You shouldn't be napping right now, Ripley. You're gonna be nap when I'm away. I don't want you. You're gonna be a good little nappy right now, but I am also keeping an eye on the time because I have about 2.5 hours left before I have to go off to work again. So I'm keeping an eye on that time over there as well. Uh, This is another great horror movie that came out this year. I don't think it's as high as some of the other ones, because unfortunately, but that's just because there was a bunch of fucking great horror movies that came out this year. This is Weapons. This is a fucking phenomenal movie. I think I'm gonna toss it right there. I loved Weapons the first time around, and I loved it even more the second time around. I just don't think it hit as hard as for me as Citizen and Companion there, and I think it has a couple of bits that take you out of the movie a bit. I think honestly I think it was a fucking great movie, and I think it has great performances. I know I feel like broken record with some of that, but it's because great movies have a lot of similar things in common with great successes going on with it. I think there's a great mystery going on with it. I think the marketing played well with it as well and didn't give away too much in the movie, but I feel like that's usually the case with movies similar to that style where they try to pretty much play off of the mystery of what the whole movie is going on and what's going on with it. I think I think it did great. I think I was happily. I tried to go into it as blind as I could, and I think there was even I saw a couple of unfortunate trailers in the theaters as well. But even then, they didn't give away too much of what was going on, so I was happy to go into it mostly blind, and I had a fucking phenomenal time with it. So I'm happy to put that into a good S tier as well. Now this is an odd one. Toxic Avenger technically came out, I think, a couple of years ago, but I don't think it came out officially like full wide release until just this year. So this is the Toxic Avenger remake with Peter Dinklage as the Toxic Avenger, and I did not like this one as much as the original. You could probably guess that because I'm usually a big original Defender fan for most of these, but I did not like it as much as the original, and I even then with the and I feel like the fact that it was a lot more tame. It felt a lot more like an actual like I think it's good. I mean, then again, the trauma movies compared to modern movies is very different as to the styles, but it felt it did feel a lot like they were trying to, you know, gener- genericify and, kind of the plot of Toxic Avenger and just try to. It turned it a lot more from a actual like horror movie slash, just a just a kind of, that kind of like a weird and wacky movie to just like a pseudo superhero movie pretty much. And just, I think actually, I think like a good way to put it is that I think the first movie in the original was more about the toxic part, where the second this remake is kind of tries to focus a lot more on the Avenger going on there, trying to make it feel like he's actually just trying to be a full on superhero going on, and it just feels a bit bland when it goes about that, and just tries to it copies a lot from the original and doesn't do it right. It doesn't do it well. It takes a lot. It tries a lot of new things, and some of it does well, and some of it doesn't. And I just can't get behind it sometimes. So, but it doesn't mean it's terrible. I still liked it at some points, and I still had a good time with it as opposed to some of the other ones here. So I'm probably gonna put it right about here. That fight feels about right. Oh no, no, no! Put you above Captain America. No, no, no. Actually, you know what? No, put you above Captain America. Screw it. There we go. All right. Speaking of movies, I want to like more than I know. Once again, I feel like I'm a broken record because I keep talking about movies here, and then a lot of these have a lot of the same things going on from them that might give you a reason as to why you can probably predict where they will go on my list here. With Honey Don't, it's another one where I saw things about the movie. It looked interesting to me. I went and saw it in theaters, and I was disappointed with what I got. Because the trailers very hype it up as it was it very much looked like it was going to be a murder mystery movie, which is a big let me in. It had some looked like it had some good performances going on with it with Margaret Qualley and and Aubrey Plaza and Chris Evans, and I enjoyed it somewhat, and that but I couldn't feel like it felt like the I didn't I feel like maybe it was just my fault because I went into it looking for a murder mystery and there wasn't really a murder mystery in it. It was more of just kind of like a crime. It was more of just like a crime movie that, and then but then at the end they fully turned it back into a murder mystery. Like, oh yeah, by the way, it actually was a murder mystery the whole time, and I just which very Knives Out, I guess, which makes sense because Chris Evans is also in that movie, but it felt like it just didn't earn that finale, and it just kind of just tried to it's the one that feels like it kind of hurry itself up at the end. It didn't know what it was trying to do, and just said, we got to end the movie. What makes it work? Toss us in there, toss us in there. They wouldn't expect that. Boom, boom, boom. All right, move it along. And I just unfortunately didn't. And like I said, it just I both want to watch it again so I can try to see if I change my mind opinion on it on a rewatch because sometimes because that is known to happen. It's like ask Megan, but but I also am just like I don't know if I want to go through it all again just for middling quality. Like I said, it's not even bad. It's just kind of mediocre in my opinion. So I might just toss you right top of C, the king of mediocre, I guess. Oh, the long walk is definitely going into S tier here. I think that's probably I'm probably gonna move Ashtrack down here again. Honestly, honestly, if it wasn't for Sinners, this would probably be my S rank here. This is I fucking love the long walk. I went into it completely blind. I was already I looked like I thought I was gonna have a fucking great time with it, and I did. I did have a great time with it. This was a perfect way to do a I've never, like I said, how good it was is it makes me want to go and try and find the original book of it to go and read it and see how good it was on the book. That's how good it was. That makes me want to go and go to a medium that I barely ever touch. Of and I just fucking love the long walk. It had some great character moments. It had some great tension, suspense. It pretty much it knew what the movie it had knew what the movie was, and it just played the hits and kept on going. And I just fucking loved it. I think like I said, these two are definitely. I think these two might stay. Looking at the list here, I think these two might stay my top two on the list here. Maybe top these. I think these might all stay. these two might have some shaking here, but I think these two definitely might stay the top three here because I fucking loved each and every one of them. And they, it's all these movies. Like I said, I guess to put perspective on this, I rewatched Sinners like a couple of months when I got it because I made sure to get it physically, and I rewatched it pretty much immediately after it arrived physically. I still need to put on get Long Walk, and I still need to get Companion. It is, but these are both on my list to get and add to my collection because they are fucking phenomenal movies, and I fucking love both of them. But yeah, it is. But Long Walk, I don't want to say too much about Long Walk because a lot of it is just watching it yourself and enjoying it yourself because it's a lot of just. I mean, it's a lot of walking, as you can probably assume, but it's. I mean, if you're, I guess it feels cliche to say it's about the journey, not the destination, because yeah, of course, but it is a you get to it's a lot of it does a good job at blending slower character moments where you learn a bit more about the main boys and you learn a lot more about what's going on with the characters and you got a lot more and you get to get to know them a lot more so you can care about them when they actually end up getting bang and it's just I loved them. I loved the Long Walk, and like I said, it was a movie that I just did not want to end. I just wanted to keep on going and keep on watching it, and then when it ended, I was like, oh, that phenomenal, absolute cinema, I guess. So but yeah. So another and I swear this is like a broken. I definitely feel like a broken record here, saying going from I fucking love this movie to I was a bit disappointed with this next one after that. Good Boy, which for those of you who haven't seen it, is the horror movie that came out this year, where the whole perspective was it being from the perspective of being of a dog in the movie. So we're not as like watching with the dog's eyes, but the camera was pretty much always about you're pretty much watching it from a dog's count you I wasn't really watching it from a dog's perspective, but you were watching a dog go through the plot of a horror movie. That's probably the best way to put it. Unfortunately, I feel like it was a bit. It was very. I mean, it's a small production, so and it was very low. It was a lot lower budget than I thought it was going to be, which isn't the problem. But it was a lot. It had a lot less going on. It was a lot more of just, ooh, what's that spooky thing over there, guys? What's that spooky thing in the corner there? What's that? Is that something spooky? Ah, no, it's just Barry. He's a neighbor. But what's that? Is that spooky? Is that spooky thing? That's a spooky thing. Oh no! Ah! I'm sorry, but it didn't spooky there. Go back to nappy. Go back to nappy. But but like I said, I did like it. It's just I feel, and especially since I'm giving it a bit more credit since it's a as a smaller production, but and the fact that it's a dog doing most of it who's not that's not, apparently not even a trained dog actor just going through the motions there, but unfortunately, it just falls a bit generic. But like I said, I was going to say with a lot of these movies that I wasn't the biggest fan of. There's moments I like and there's beats that I do like, and I would love to keep going to go deeper into them, but I also don't want to spoil them too much for a lot of these because I want people to actually go and watch them themselves and get their own opinions on it. I but I do like the fact that it could technically be viewed as either supernatural or as kind of as a allegory for some sort of ailment, I guess. But I, like I said, I liked it, but I can't put it too high as opposed to all the other ones. So I'm gonna probably put it into a nice B here. Actually, yeah, I'll put it B. I think I'll put it B there. Perfect. All right, this is one where I'm still even I don't know exactly my opinions on because I watched The Mastermind as part of as a mystery movie night because I didn't know because which was basically a thing being held at my theater where you didn't know what the movie was going to be. You got a ticket, you got your concessions, you went in there and you would find out when the movie started what the movie was. I went into it, especially since it was October, because I thought it would be it's gonna be a random horror movie that's coming out like a smaller budget or something going on, and I thought, oh, I'd like to go and see one. So let's see what's going on with it. Nope, it was a the movie is about an art heist for about the first half an hour, and then the rest of the movie is about the aftermath of it. And on paper, that seems like a good idea for a movie. And honestly, I might even rewatch it again at some point. I might change my opinion on it, but it didn't. But it does a lot of just like doesn't really click going on, and it's just what you're just waiting for things to happen. It's a lot of just nothing, nothing. Something happened, nothing, nothing. Something happened. Not even like oh it's like a section of dialogue or like you get to see or like or you it's a lot of just like oh you're watching like I think there's like a couple like one of the scenes in it is just you watching the guy literally go up the stairs, take a painting, go actually no he grabs a painting, goes up a ladder, puts the painting away, goes back down the ladder, grabs another painting, goes up, puts it away, and he repeats that for every single piece of art he took from the heist. And that's just and there's a lot. I feel like there's just a lot of padding there. It just like goes through. It just shows him doing the exact. It just doesn't feel like it needs to be there. Like I feel like I said, this. I feel like I said I might like I said I probably will look kind of back on it when I rewatch it again later down the line because I'll probably end up because who knows. Like I said, same thing with Megan. When I watch it knowing what it is and I give it a shot again later on, I'll probably like it more and I'll probably be willing to reevaluate it then. But for right now, it is just I just couldn't get behind it, and I just didn't enjoy it as much as I would have loved to. And it was, and I'm probably gonna put it right about mm, there. That sounds about right. Strangers Chapter 2. Now, I think I think this is oddly a hot take. I actually liked Strangers Chapter 2 more than Chapter 1. Not that it's a good movie, but I liked it more. I think it's just because I had different thing. I think mainly just because I just was happy to not see the same thing as I was just happy to not watch the same movie as the original yet again. Because for those who don't know, the story of Strangers is there was the first movie, then there was a sequel to that first movie, then they remade the first movie and they said chapter one, and we're gonna do a chapter one, chapter two, chapter three. Chapter one was pretty much a pretty much almost the exact same as the first movie, an entirely remake, just a couple of small changes, and then they made chapter two a sequel to that remake to the first movie, not a remake of the sequel, a remake of the first movie, which, like I said, is fine. I liked it a little bit more because it had a lot more. It had some different things going for it, and I did like that it had. And I think it had some good actual. I had some moments I actually thought were decently tense, and I did enjoy it for a bit. Like I thought the hospital scene was pretty enjoyable. I thought, and that's the only one that's really stuck with me here. So I can't really say too much. But I would still watch pretty much a lot of other horror movies above it because it felt a bit generic, and the fact that I barely remember anything that happened about it as well is also a bit concerning about it as well. But like I said, I definitely feel like I did enjoy this more than chapter one, so I feel like it'd probably go with the. But I don't think still don't think it's gone up as high as the other two yet. You're getting close to Prayer at Night. You're never gonna get close to the first movie, but you're getting close to Prayer at Night, and I'm hoping that maybe they'll improve for chapter three. It's gonna be a long shot. It's gonna probably not be the case, but you know what? Maybe chapter three will redeem itself. Who knows? But I did like chapter two more than chapter one, I think it's surprising because I think some people actually put chapter two above chapter one above chapter two some on places I've seen, but I think I'm gonna put it. I think I'm still gonna put it down right about here. Because at least with this movie, I think honestly, probably if I had put the first movie, the chapter one here, it'd probably be either F or like all the way to the end of D here. Black Phone. Oh, I just forgot about Black Phone 2. Damn it. Rest in peace, James Van Stone. You just recently passed away. Rest in peace. But this is a. I loved Black Phone 2 as well. I don't think it's gonna. I think it's gonna end up going right. It's hard because I watched Black Phone 2 more recently than I've seen Companion. I need to rewatch Companion sometime soon, so I can make it a little bit more. So I can rate it a bit more comparatively, but I think from what I've seen so far, honestly, I'm gonna put it above Companion. I think what I think is mainly because I loved both of them and I adored both of them. But I think Black Phone 2 does a great job at being both its own movie and a companion piece to Black Phone 1. And I think that's a phenomenal thing to see, as well as the fact that I watched it the day after I just rewatched the Black Phone again. And like I said, it's a perfect companion piece, and I think it was a perfect idea to do that because it carried over perfectly from Black Phone 1 to Black Phone 2, and it is a and I think it does some great reveals about the story of the first movie. It has some great scares. It does a great job with bringing back with taking the ideas of the first movie and transferring them over into a new story and a new plot points. I think if you've seen Black Phone 1, whether you enjoyed it too much or not, this is a perfect movie to companion piece. And honestly, I think they could easily have gone along and said Black Phone Part 2 and just had it and then made it so that you watch Black and then recommend people watch it as a double feature a la Kill Bill or something like that. Because it's a perfect sequel to do that along with, except for the fact that it's a time jump. But honestly, you can look past that. It's a great companion to that movie. Which is the ads are back again. Great, of course it is. All right, but yes. Anyway, we are now on to our final seven. Is that there? Well, getting close to the end of the movie rankings here. Anyone? I mean, do you guys have any opinions about any of them? Do you think I should any of them that you think are misranked or misrated here? I would be happy to hear your opinions on them. Otherwise, I am going to keep on going along the way here. Good baby. Oh, Ripley's just being a good little. She's just being a little furball there. She's just fully compact and fully fluffed up. Being a good little fluffy ball. All right, but anyway, back to the rankings again. We are at I think what was this? I want to say this October. It was either October or early November. I think is we're into the moments here. Frankenstein, the Netflix movie. I enjoyed this movie a lot, and I think it's a great adaptation of the Frankenstein novel, and I think the best way for me to put it is uh, uh, welcome in Autumn. Nice to meet you here. What could you explain a little bit more about what you mean by Sinner's difference? Because like I said, I feel. I mean, if you're saying that I should put it in a rank above it all, like I mean, fair enough. But also these are all phenomenal movies, and I would be willing to. And honestly, I guess we could potentially say S has become S for Sinners there. I guess, but like I said, fair enough. I love Sinners as well, and I think it's a great movie as well. And honestly, like I said, I think this is probably the one that has the most likelihood to get and already has been getting a lot more of like general audience appeal going on. But honestly, I think if we had to put all of them here, I would put these are all phenomenal movies that I would recommend anyone go see if they haven't yet. Definitely these ones. You put a Long Walk lower. Interesting. What's your problem with Long Walk then? Like I said, these are I know I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I know, like I said, these are all personal opinions. We all have our own opinions on media, so I'm curious to see what your problem with the Long Walk, or why you don't think it hits as hard as some of the other movies on here. But like I said, I. But what do you think, Whipley? What do you think, baby? You didn't love weapons? Fair enough. I think, like I said, weapons. I feel like could easily be hit or miss. I think, like I said, that's why it's kind of at the lower end of S because like I said, I do love it a lot, and I do think it's a phenomenal movie as well. But I think there's a couple of moments that I think kind of knock you out the movie with all of the perspective changes and switching between the storylines sometimes. But I think I think you really give time to connect to most of the characters and nothing really happens. The thing is that that's the reason for the movie is that you're not really supposed to connect with all of the characters there. You're supposed to connect to the closest characters, get to know them a bit, and then so you can care somewhat when they die. and you try to figure out like what do you think is going to happen, who do you think is going to end up making it to the end. Like obviously it's probably going to be those two main boys, but who's going to make it to the next, who's going to keep it going, who's going to be the next one to die, stuff like going on. You only liked one in the main four, really? Huh? I like I said, maybe it's just me. I connected. I love the core four dynamic going on there. I think, but I think it definitely felt like there was just a lot. It was just a lot of like younger teenage boys just kind of shooting the shit with each other, chatting around, having fun, trying to make the misery, trying to feel less miserable while they're going through this horrendous adventure and horrendous experience going on to try and make their lives better. I kind of, but and like I said, I can understand, like, I think I honestly I think nothing. I think it's a lot. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to belittle people's opinions. I know, like I said, I know plenty. I know, like I said, I know I have plenty of hot opinions on here that I know are a bit controversial here as well. But like I said, yeah, it is. But yeah, but yeah, what do you think, Ripley? What do you think, Ripley? Good baby, good baby. But yeah, but yeah, so yeah, no, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll who knows? Maybe the Long Walk will be one I watch later on. And I would just because like I said, same thing that happens to Megan. Sometimes it's the opposite where I watch a movie again, and I find, especially if I loved it before, I might find the one reasons like, oh, I didn't like that as much. Or, oh, I don't know if I really enjoy that much. Sometimes I just get into engrossed with the magic of the theater and the fact that I can just mute out everything else going on. I can just focus on the movie there. But like I said, I had a blast with Long Walk, and I'm definitely gonna think I deserves the second place up there. And like I said, I encourage anyone else to, if you want to make your own opinions or tier lists here, go ahead and and I encourage you to make your own and let us see that as well. I'm always happy to help share movie suggestions and refer recommendations. That's what I'm looking for. Damn it. But yeah, I'm curious, which one of the boys was the one that you clicked with then? If you said you only really connected with one, because I really enjoyed you have the morality of Peter. You have the I forget what all the I know Peter. I know Peter is one of them. I forget. Yeah, I think yeah. I know. I love that one of them. That Peter was like was kind of the morality one who was trying to very moralistic, and one of them was looking out, and then the main guy was looking out for him, was kind of trying to look out for himself and his family and trying to get revenge. You had the one who was kind of just going on about his joke and just kind of wanted to get it for the easy buck. But you get to, I feel like, but I don't know, I don't know. Like I said, maybe my opinions will change on it when I rewatch it again later on. But I will, and like I said, I do have plans to rewatch it again once I get that physically again. But like I said, I loved it the first time I watched it, and I feel like I am going to have a blast with it again. But we will. Who knows? I can always change my opinions on it when I rewatch it again. Okay. But yes, moving on to the next movies on the list. Then we have Netflix's Frankenstein, which I did go and see in theaters because it was in there for like a 2 week stay before it got moved over to Netflix, which is the same thing as another movie that will be coming up as well. And I wanted to watch both of these before they came out to Netflix because I knew both of these I'd have fun with it. No, fair enough. Fair enough. I understand that entirely. I mean, otherwise you can also just DM me as well, or whisper it into Twitch as well, and I can know exactly because I'll probably know who exactly you're talking about then. But yeah, but fair enough. But yes, like I said, I feel like the best way to put Frankenstein here is to say that it does a great job at taking the Frankenstein tagline of the modern Prometheus and really playing along with that idea. And you get to watch the entire and it does also do a good job at trying to combine the two both it tries to it does it's mostly about Frankenstein, but it does have a little bit at the end where it also does a bit of Frankenstein's bride as well. It doesn't get too into the Frankenstein bride story. It just gets a bit of like couple of the a couple of the plot points from it, like the the guy out in the shack and the and having trying to stay and seeing Frankenstein humanize himself with the other with humanity. I think it does a great. I think there's great performances there. I think I saw an article going on where it started to say that it was a terrible movie and it actually sucked. And I don't, and I like I said, fair enough to his opinion and whatnot. But I think I looked into it a bit, and it was just pretty much him complaining about the fact that it's not a one-to-one adaptation of the novel. Which no, just because you're not adaptation isn't the same thing as the original doesn't mean it's a terrible movie. I've seen plenty. Look at most Stephen King movies, Stephen King adaptations going on. Some of them are barely even connected to the movie at all, and the book at all, and they're phenomenal movies. Number 20. You said number 23. Let me just take a little look see to figure out which one. I gotta remember which number it is because I long walk. Number 23. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, that's Peter. Yeah, I liked. Yeah, I think Peter is supposed to be the moralistic kind of, you know, very much the like supposed to be the heart of the movie and the moralistic one, trying to do it for the betterment of people and whatnot. Which is why a lot of it, which is why he kind of is like the co-main character going on with it. Good kitty, kitty. Good kitty, kitty. I know, baby, baby. Ripley's getting the beans out. Ripley's getting the beans out. She's such a good baby. She's such a good baby. She's a good little sleepy. Alright. But yeah, fit. Like I said, who knows? Maybe when I rewatch, who knows? I definitely want to keep your criticisms in mind when I watch it again, so I can see what I feel about them. But and like I said, it's been a bit. I think I want to say I watched it all the way back, and it would have been like August. I want to say I watched it, so it's been a bit since I've seen the movie my first go around. But like I said, but I'm still, I'm curious. Actually, no. Have you? Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm curious. Did you watch it in when it came out in the theaters, or did you watch it on streaming? Did you watch it on physical media? Did you watch it on digital platform? How'd you watch it the first time around? I'm curious. You watched it in the theater. Okay, interesting. I thought maybe it might have been one of those things. Maybe one of those things where since I watched it in the theater, I had a little bit. I was looking on it a little too kindly. But if you watched it in the theater, then it's probably a little bit less of a that probably isn't less of a likelihood, I guess. Like, but yeah, yeah, I do want to rewatch Long Walk at some point, and because maybe who knows, maybe I will change my opinion on it when I watch it again. But I still am thinking, I'm still feeling like I still think I love the movie. I think what do I even have it ranked as Letterboxd? I think it might be a 5. It I might have it either as a 4.5 or a 5 on it because I fucking loved it. Let me just double check it real quick. I'm trying to see what I have it on Letterbox as well. Hurry it up! Hurry it up! You might look it up. Look it up. Here we go. Perfect. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Why are you taking forever? It's taking forever! Where is it? Yep. Oh yeah, yeah. I have it. Yeah, I have it ranked as a. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, so I have it ranked as 5 stars. So I'm not gonna say I'm not a bit biased about it because I did fucking love the movie when I was in theaters, I but I am interested to see, and I'm definitely interested to see if I rewatch it because I want to see if I end up leaning a bit towards you, if I stay with my stay loving the movie and having fun with it and whatnot. But like I said, but so yeah, I'm definitely gonna give it a rewatch at some point soon to see how I think about it. But as of right now, I think I still fucking love the movie. Still fucking love the movie, and I'm definitely good. But and I definitely am looking forward to rewatching it later on down the line. But in other words, to get back to Frankenstein here. like I said, I like the movie. I don't. I'm trying, and I do, and like I just said, I do really, and I am happy I went because it definitely feels like the type of movie to be. It definitely well, just I think there's two types of movies that I am happy I watched on theaters over watching it in on streaming service, which the other one I'm gonna talk about here as well because it's the same thing with upcoming movie hint hints. Uh, this one was one that was a big scale and had a giant big. It was basically made for the theater screen, where it was like big scale, big set pieces, big scenes and whatnot, and it was a giant. And it was a fun romp to go through, and especially I think it even and I don't know if it. I don't know. It's also interesting to watch it as the both a adaptation of the book and also a remake ish of the original movie. And like I said, it's definitely so I don't even know which one I would play. But I think I probably prefer this over the original just because it has a little bit more going on. But also the original is a classic, and I do love that kind of the charm of the 30s version. But I don't know. I have to rewatch that one to fully get my opinions on, especially since this feels like both Frankenstein and Frankenstein's Bride in one movie as opposed to just Frankenstein. But like I said, I still love the movie, and I'm definitely gonna put it into. We'll put this at top of A. I think that feels like a good spot to put it. Predator Badlands. This is the one I thought I actually was a bit surprised by when I saw in theaters. I feel like this is another. This is the opposite of what was the one I said I liked the opening and then not much anything else. Oh yeah, I think this was the opposite of Strangers Chapter 2, where I really like the opening, right? But I no, I, well, Strangers Chapter 2, I liked the opening and I had some good moments, and then I didn't really like the rest of the movie. This Predator Badlands, I honestly didn't care too much about the opening, and then when the movie actually got going, I enjoyed it and I had a blast going on with it, and I enjoyed the idea and what was it was trying to do with the movie. But I thought the opening got a little too just generic action movie, and then it got into the actual survival on the planet and trying to survive and watching the predator do his predator thing as our main character, and watching and having a lot, and also had a lot of that trying to be a companion piece to Alien E, I think it's trying to spark up another AVP movie to come at some point in the future, since both of them are kind of getting that revitalization. But I'm interested to see what happens next. I enjoyed it a lot. I definitely, if you're looking for a little bit less of I guess Predator's always been a lot more of a actiony movie, but if you're looking for a little bit more action, go a little bit more of an action movie than like Prey than Prey, because it's the same director as that. This is a good Predator movie to watch, and I think I'm probably gonna put it up to you. I think that's a good spot to put it. Also, I can't complain too much. That's where I got the ship. That's where I got my little Predator ship here. That's been my little one decoration I've had on my stream deck here. Hold on. That's where I got this little popcorn bucket from. Was when I went to go see the Predator Badlands movie. So I may also be a little biased from it as well, because this has been my one little prop here for the last every time I've done the Steam grind after the fact. So because I wanted some prop there, because I didn't want it to just be blank gray wall. So I might be a little biased. So anyway, back to the old ranking again. Let me just quickly move that back in position. Ripley's just still getting some good minutes of sleep. Shit. Next up is The Running Man, and I did watch the original before I saw it, but it's not on here because I didn't watch it in theaters. I watched it physically, but I I didn't really care for both of them. I liked both. I did like for both of them, but I didn't click with them as much as like I said, I did like the first one. I did think it was a little too action cheesy for me to really enjoy it too much, but I did like it, and I especially but and then the remake, it got rid of that action cheese, but then there was a couple of just a little bit, I don't know, it was just a bit generic at some points, and it felt like they didn't really build up they built up the main villain, but they didn't really build the actual fighting villains to go with. It just kind of felt like and I didn't feel like the original movie had a lot of like standout reasons to be like, hey, this is this killer here. He's gonna go after you. This is his style. Bon appetit. And this movie is just like you have one guy. That's the guy. He's your main guy who's gonna try to kill you. And these are stooges here: Stooge one, Stooge two, Stooge three, Stooge four, and that's all the character development you get on them. So it doesn't really feel like you get. I would have liked a little bit more development on them, and I would have liked a little bit, and also just to make it to not just. I feel like I also hate this movie does do one of my least favorite things where the movie just stops itself for a bit and then and then just cuts to something else for a bit that isn't even connected to the movie, and then cuts back to the movie again, and it just feels like it just disjoints itself too much. And like I said, I mean, you could say that with Weapons as well, because Weapons does have that when it switches, but it has it for a reason because it switches from one character's perspective and one character's story to the next one, and then watching how that combines with someone else's story, and then watch the next story that combines off of that one and that one, and then it keeps on going and adding more and more to the story until you eventually start getting the whole narrative going and flowing with you. All the while slowly building up the mystery of what's going on with it. What's the big mystery of what's going on with the kids? Why did they all run out of the house at 2:17 a.m.? That kind of stuff. But so I'm gonna probably make this a good. I'm thinking either B or C. I'm trying to decide. I'll put you there. I'll put you there. That sounds like a good spot for you. The Keeper. The Keeper. This is another one where I really wanted to like it more than I did, especially since this is the same guy who did the Monkey, and Monkey's all the way up in B, and Longlegs was a fucking standout movie from the last couple of years ago, and I. I really wish I liked the Keeper more. I don't. Maybe I just didn't click with it when I was in the theaters. Maybe on my rewatch I'll like it more. But it just felt like a lot of it was just, as I said with where was it? What was the one I didn't like that I mentioned it before? That was a lot of Good Boy. It does a lot of that same thing where it does a little bit of a spooky things happening over there. Guys, this spooky thing. The character can't see it, but only you guys can. This spooky thing, spooky thing. We're gonna point it out to you so hard so you can see the spooky thing, but there's not. But the character can't see it. That's spooky thing. But it does even worse than Good Boy, because at least Good Boy, it makes it a little. It actually has a bit. It doesn't. The dog actually sees what's going on and actually is trying to. It's reacting to it, and also it's a dog. Even if it didn't see it, you probably would. You might not. You may or may not be able to tell. But this one, you just see Tatiana Maslany, who's trying her best to make the movie entertaining. To just walk around, you pretty much just watch her walk around an empty house the whole time, just like slightly getting freaked out a bunch sometimes. Like, sorry, let me wake you up, Whippy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. I'm just trying to add emphasis to a point, Whippy. I'm sorry for waking you up. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleepy. So unfortunately for that, I'm gonna put this into D tier, and I'm gonna probably put this right around. Hmm, I'll probably put you right there. Like I said, this may be one. This might be another one where I watch it. Where on a rewatch, I put it up higher once if I get into if I enjoy, and maybe I might enjoy it more. But I'll be honest, I did like the ending. I did like the ending, but I felt like it wasn't really earned. It felt like you were just kind of trying to bide the time through the movie until you got to the ending there where it happened. Uh, but the movie I once saw after it was also kind of emphasized the point of how to make a good movie with Wake Up Dead Man, which is a stay with me everyone, a phenomenal movie. It is I loved Wake Up Dead Man. I don't like I do like Knives Out more. I have said it's my second favorite of the Knives Out movies, above Glass Onion and below Knives Out 1. But I absolutely loved Wake Up Dead Man. I almost didn't even see it in theaters because the only theater that I could see it at was like an almost an hour away, and I thought, okay, I can either drive over there and go see it in theaters, or I can wait for it to come to Netflix instead. I went and drove out to an hour to go see it because I knew I was gonna fucking love it, and I fucking loved it. It was a great murder mystery. I loved it. it kept me on my toes. I even when I thought I predicted the end, the parts of the mystery, and I did. It threw me on my ass for bits of it, and I enjoy that when a movie can make me both figure out the mystery myself, but also it knows how to put me on a loop and not let me know what's going to happen. It's a fucking great movie, and I like I said, I highly if you've seen any of the other Knives Out movies, go watch this one. It even works if you haven't seen either of the other ones, but even then, go watch them as well because they are phenomenal movies as well, especially the first Knives Out, phenomenal. But I am gonna put you up into. I'm gonna put you right. I'm trying to decide if it's better than Black Phone 2 or not. I'm gonna put you there. I'm gonna put you there. Good kitty kitty. All right, next up is and the movie I was actually surprised by was I didn't even realize the Silent Night Deadly Night remake was coming out. I barely pretty much only realized it when I was looking at I was like, oh, I want to see a movie. What's coming out here? I was like, oh, they re-showing the first Silent Night Deadly Night. Oh, and I was like, oh no, there's actually a remake coming out. Okay, I'll see what it is. I was pleasantly surprised by it, but also I was somewhat. It's a weird movie. It's weird. I There's parts that I liked more than the original, but there's also parts that I hated more than the original. So I'm stuck with this weird feeling of, huh? Because so I feel because like I said, it does unique things with the idea, and I appreciate that. And it doesn't just feel like I'm just watching the original again, which is something I know you guys know I like. I like it when a movie does, even if it's a remake, I like it when it does something different than the original, so it gives it a bit more of a reason to exist, but also is able to play off of the ideas and themes and some similarities from the original. And this movie definitely did that, but it also had some weird choices that I didn't really vibe with too much when I saw it. I, but you know, I, but like I said, and honestly, and the mystery in it wasn't as I didn't like the mystery as much as I think the movie wanted me to in the movie because it tries to have a little mystery going on with what's going on, what's going on with the plot, what's going on with them, but it doesn't really give you a satisfying answer to that. And honestly, I think they could have easily made a satisfying answer if they just played their cards right. And it feels like they just wanted a little cheap little. They wanted a cheap little. Oh, you thought it was gonna be them, but no, no, no. It's this random guy over here. But the and but yeah, it was just. But it just felt a bit odd like that. But like I said, I did enjoy it. I wouldn't say I hated it, but there's a couple of things that just make me a bit of a huh. So I'm gonna put this into a solid. I think I'll put this in a C tier. Maybe B. You know what? I'm gonna put B. I'll put it right there. That seems fair. I and the final one here. This is another one where I think it's a bit controversial here. FNAF 2. Now, I will be honest. Again, same thing with Chapter 2. I liked Chapter 2 better. I liked FNAF 2 more than FNAF 1. I think them. I don't know if it's. I think from what I've seen, that seems to be a mixed opinion. I think I've seen some places say it's better, and some places say it's worse, and I don't know what the opinion is on it. But I personally liked 2 more than 1. I think it's got some better scares in it. I think it's got some better story. It's got a better story going on for the most part. I think it does a better job at tying in the idea, the game, the things about the gameplay. Even I mean, I've never played it FNAF 2 myself, but from what I've seen of of other gameplay things, of just my own playthrough of FNAF 1, I think it has a lot more. It does a little bit more. It does a better job at justifying using the gameplay segments of and uses them a lot better of the gameplay segments of FNAF 2. I think it does a good job of carrying off from FNAF 1 and making it a good sequel off of that as well. I have some problems with the ending. I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to spoil it here, but I don't think they have too many antagonists going on. They have an antagonist they try to make the main antagonist, and they have another antagonist going on, and they have a third antagonist that they squeeze in at the end because of course they have to squeeze them in because everyone's going to be expecting it. And it feels like the one of them antagonists felt like they could have just removed him off the movie, but they only added him in because they needed a human antagonist. And it feels like, and also I was also they I feel like they wasted Wayne Knight's cameo because I feel like they made him absolutely overly hateable as a character just because they want you to be happy that he got killed. And they but like I said, I was surprised by seeing Wayne Knight because it's been I don't think remember the last movie we've even seen him in. I think it was I want to say it might have been like Jurassic Park or like Rat Race or some or like maybe even Seinfeld. I guess like watching a random episode on TV that showed up. But I like I said I do like I said I think the I did like the I think it was a little bit more I think I just liked the fact that it was a lot more of a horror movie in this movie than it was than it was in the first movie. And I also think that I will be honest, I think Megan Fox finally knew how to do voice acting, or at least did it better than she did in Mortal Kombat 1. She does feel a bit bland here, but she has a little bit more stuff going on with the voice. And the fact is that remember, she's playing a robot. It makes a little bit more sense for her to be bland because it's a robot. So I guess there's a bit more justification along there, as well as the fact that she sounds just a little bit better. Sounds like she had a little bit more Red Bull in her coffee this morning, so she's ready to do a little bit more voice acting work. But yeah, so as a final movie on the tier list here, I'm gonna put this in a ceremonial. Trying to think where I want to put this. I'm trying to remember where I want to put this. I think this might be more of a C movie. I'll put this right. Hmm. This is another one. I don't know why I'm being so. I'm trying to think. It's like a B or C. I want to say. Okay, I'm just gonna go off of. Do I think I did? Yeah, I liked it more than Honey Don't. Liked it more than Drop. Liked it more than Stuff. No, that's perfect. That'll work there. Perfect. All right, but that is the end of the movie tier list. I'm gonna take a quick little screenshot here as well, so I can save that for later. Okay, I'm gonna quickly save that over here as well. Quickly, let me get this saved up over here. And this is the 2025 movie tier list. Perfect. All right, we are finally on to our final tier list of the day. I'm gonna have to squeeze this in within an hour and a half because I have to go off to work then, and we're actually not gonna do any gaming today. Which is gonna be full tier list. I swear, I thought I was gonna. I swear, I honestly, I thought this was gonna take an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to get it done. We are on to hour 3 of it, so I either been yapping too much, or I just have too much stuff going on with this tier listing, I guess. But we're finally on to our third and final tier list, which is our rarest achievement tier list. Basically, how this works is all these achievements on the sites I checked them on, which was Steam for the Steam games and True Achievements for the Xbox games. These are the game. These are the all the achievements with the fewest gamers unlocked. These are so some of them are obvious. Some of them are like all the achievements in a game. Some of them are a bit odder and curious as to why they are the rarest on them. But we will see. And I think honestly, some of these I feel like there's harder achievements to do. But I guess I'm surprised that some people haven't gotten them yet. But we will see what the case is with them. So we're gonna begin. And like I said, I do have my little list here to remind me of what they are, so I don't have to keep on switching over to true achievements because that's gonna take forever if it's gonna be lagging a bit. So the first one we have, it's pretty much going to be the same order as we did with the games initially because I did them in chronological order as well. The first one is for Watch Dogs 2. This is an interesting one, and I do because it's both easy and hard, and it's an odd one because it's the prize catch one, which is for completing the mission off the hook, which sounds like should be easy enough. You do the mission and you get the achievement. No, because it's an odd one, and it has to be odd because it wants to be weird and difficult, and it makes sense why it's probably weird because people it doesn't really say what it is on the name. What it means by that is there's these little multiplayer missions you can do, like boost these cars, hack this building, rescue your fellow hacker from this location. And you have to do there's like 9 missions or so of that, and you have to do each mission once each mission, so you have to which is all just like do which is like one mission type and then the another mission type together and added in with a little bit of flavor text, which is basically usually which is pretty generic for all of them. But it is what do you think of it? But it is so it feel and you have to do all of them once before you end up going into you get a final one you can do, and that's how you get the achievement unlock. And it's just it's weird. It's weird. It's and like I said, if I didn't look it up initially, I wouldn't have figured it out myself because it makes it sound because the way it's phrased in the achievement list, it makes it sound like it's an actual mission itself about or like it's like some weird side mission you haven't found yet. But no, it's just being weird and weirdly phrased. So it's not really difficult, but you also need RNG for the right mission to spawn at the right time for you to do it. So I'm gonna put it into A rank here, just to see. Welcome in. What do you mean by that? Would I'm not seen. Unfortunately, I've not seen either show, so I don't know what you're referring to with that. But yes. Anyway, good kitty kitty. The next one is for paparazzi. We were talking about there. It's the achievement called Dogologist, which is for completing the little pup for the completing the little puppy collection on it, which is basically you have to photograph all of the items and all of the dogs and all of the actions on it, which honestly it isn't too hard, especially since like I said, it's a little short, little cozy game. It's just one where you pretty much just you're gonna be doing this in during the game anyway, so you might as well be working on it. You're probably just gonna get this done through the game wise anyway. And if you miss something, you can always just go to the back to the place again and get it done. So it's probably gonna be C tier. It's not too difficult, but it is. Actually, no, we'll put it B because it is a completionist thing, but it is just it shouldn't take. It's not the hardest one for you to do. This is the now on to Rain on Your Parade is one called Invincible, which is for beating a certain which is beating the Schmoop level with not taking any damage at all. How that so basically, and it's a weird one because it's a DLC level, which is why it's one of the rare ones because you have to have the DLC as well as the main game. But it's also a it's a weirdly shaped level where you have to it's like it looks a bit like a Galaga-ish, where it's like you're on or like whatever that Capcom one, like the 1941 I want to say is it's called, or something, 1943 something like that, where it's you're on like a top-down shooter. It's like you have a little you're piloting the little cloud down there, and you got to shoot out the projectiles to move to get the enemies and whatnot out of your way so you can plow through them. But you have to do that while the enemies are shooting at you, and you have to do that hit list. So it's a bit difficult. It's not too challenging as far as I remember, but it is a bit frustrating if you don't do it if you don't get it right. So I'm gonna put it A here as well. Like I said, some of these hard difficulty ones, it's hard to remember because I have to remember how hard it was back then as well, and because I've not done it fairly recently, I gotta remember how hard it was to do. The next one is for skateboard, which is for completing all the missions for the skate heaven level, which is a later level at the end, which is honestly I don't remember being that bad. It's pretty much just doing the missions in the location, and it's not too bad because it's just the same thing you've been doing for the other games. You just gotta make sure skate well, skate good, get all the skate stuff done. You're good to go. So it's not too difficult. I am gonna put one in S tier that is a pain in the ass to deal with, which is the one for AIM Labs, which is called the Old Guard, which is for completing 500 tasks. What does that mean? You have to play 500 versions of a little 500 mini games on the little AIM Labs to try and, which like I said, when I did put AIM Labs in D tier, I think was it AIM Labs the only D tier we put on there? No, we moved all the generic escape rooms down there as well. Yeah, you have to pretty much just do. You pretty much have to do a 500 game modes, and like I said, the quickest one is like a 30 seconds long. So take 30 seconds, multiply that by 500, and you got a long time. I think even then I was literally to pass the time. I was like watching YouTube, watching a movie. I was even at one point I was on like a a live chat with some friends of mine, just kind of chatting around with them while I was doing it, just as kind of like a you know, take my mind away from the fact that I was just doing bang, 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 or even just like sitting there just doing nothing, waiting for the timer to go. Good baby, good baby. Like I said, this was the only achievement I had for like the longest. I was only missing for like the longest time because it's just you have to just sit down and just keep on getting the game going. Oh, you can even just leave. You can even just leave it on. Just be like, be like, oh, I gotta go back. It's pretty much like I would even sometimes just like take a nap and then wake up. Oh yeah, it's over. Start again. Oh, back up. Oh, it's over again. Back up. Turn on. And it was just to keep it going and get it over with. So I'm putting it at this S tier just because it's a pain in the ass to deal with. It's not hard or difficult, but it's just a test of patience, and I hate it. And I would not, and I hope no one has to do it. And I really wish if you, I mean, like I said, it's a free game, so I know some people are gonna still go off and go do the grind for it, but it's a pain in the ass to do, and I really wish you have a better use of your time as well to go along with it because otherwise it is a pain in the ass to deal with. This is the Free Apocalypse one called Speed Demon, which is for completing the whole game in 30 minutes, which is why I said it's a short game because I think I completed my first run in about an hour and a half, maybe two. 30 minutes was honestly no problem at all because it's like I said, it's a point and click adventure. As long as you don't go off and do any of the side objectives, you can breeze through the game that quickly without any concern. I think I might have even done it like 20, I want to say, 15, 20, honestly, and it's just does not take that long because you just run because you're just avoiding all of the others. Like I said, most of the enjoyment is from the like sign and happiness, like joking sections there, and like all of the side stuff you can see. But otherwise, if you just want to blitz through the whole game, you can just go ahead and do that and just not enjoy the game at all. So I'm gonna just put this at a B tier because honestly, this wasn't too difficult. This is the Outer Worlds. This is the one for the Postman, which is for doing the fourth hidden ending on the Peril and Gorgon DLC, which is for giving the journal to the one guy you get after you kill the one lady. I'm trying to be very vague because I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't done the game yet. But it is like I said, it's not too difficult. All you gotta do is just make sure before a certain checkpoint, kill or make a save before that, and then kill the one lady. Then make sure the other guy spawns in, and then go through the ending stuff to get it so you can get it to him and get it over with. So it's not too hard to do. It's a bit odd to find if you haven't done it before because you have to know that you can need to go on a bit of a murder spree beforehand. But other than that, you're good. But other than that, you are good to go and just murder away. So I'm probably gonna put that into. I'm gonna put this into B tier because at least because it's the same thing with Off the Hook here where you need to figure out what the mission is, where might not even know what the mission is or what how to spawn it if you don't look into it a bit more. But at least with this is that you can somewhat stumble your way into it, and also there's no RNG baked into it. You just have to do it before the section. So we'll put that in there. Power Wash Sim is just a DLC side objective achievement that no one's gotten because was a DLC you'd have to have bought. I still feel like the hardest one is probably doing the 5 challenge maps, but like I said, this is going off of the hardest rare achievement, the rarest achievements, not the hardest achievements in total, because I need to figure out how to even do that at all. I think there's probably a way to do it, but I feel like some of the ones are just a bit off and not correct with that going on. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like maybe I'll reevaluate it for next year as well. Good baby, baby. But yes. Anyway, back on to the ratings. This is basically just for doing. I think it's the Wallace and Gromit DLC. Yep, it is indeed the Wallace and Gromit DLC. This is mislined. This is mislined. Hold on. Yeah, I was mis situated there. It's not Wallace and we're on Power Wash. Yeah, it was Clue next. Yeah, it was Clue. Yes. At least I have Clue down before Power Wash, so we'll just do this first. It's not gonna matter too long. We'll just do Power Sim first there, so talking about it. Like I said, you pretty much just have to clear the paint. Yeah, it's in the Walls and Gromit DLC. You have to clear the paintings first on the last level. So, not honestly, not too hard. All you gotta do is just make sure you do one section of the mission first, and then go and do it. And even if you mess it up first, it's a clear it up first, not a clear it up last. Even if you fuck it up initially, as long as it's not the first time you're playing the level, you can just restart the mission and go at it again. and try it again. And it's not too hard to do because all you gotta do is just make sure you aim the sprayer away from all the small items and just clean up all the paintings by itself. But so it's not too difficult there. The case file here is a pain in the ass. Remember what I was saying about the case file? This is the achievement for doing the second case file, which has the same thing but even more going on for it for the DLC. So you have to do all the characters, you have to do all the funds, you have to do all the miscellaneous stuff, you got to do all the weird requirements to get to pop and lock and whatnot. So for that, you're gonna go into A tier. I'm gonna put you right, just because it's a bit of a grind. I'm gonna put you right there. Next one is for a Little to Left DLC achievement, which is for a hidden puzzle solution for a which is called the power sim was the art of cleaning, and the clue one was a vacation gone wrong. Little to Left is called What You're Looking At, which is for solving a puzzle by sorting it by which way the figures are looking at. If you played the game, you'll know which one I'm talking about. But it's just a weird puzzle solution that you may or may not know. But since this game is all about finding the weird puzzle solutions, I feel like you might be more willing to find this than some of the other ones where you're not really trying to look out for those. So I feel like this might. So I'm gonna put this in C tier just because it's a little bit less hard to actually put that right there. Because it's not too hard to do, but it is a bit tricky because you don't know exactly what you probably won't know exactly what you're looking for right off the bat. Also, I might even move to D tier later just because it's not that difficult. This is going up to. I'm trying to decide if I want to put it S tier or A tier. We'll put this. I feel like it's cheating to put an all achievements achievement for all at S tier, but that's the one for please don't touch anything. It's called completionist, where you have to get all the achievements. And I already showed you the top 3 achievements on that list: the perfectionist, the bombing run, and the 15-second trash tossing. So I'm gonna put it S tier. Sure, fuck it. We'll put it S tier. I feel like it's cheating to put the all achievements achievement up there, but I feel like it deserves it up there, honestly. All right, next one up is another Crab's Treasure update achievement where you have to upgrade your storage capacity, which honestly is going into D tier because it is. Okay, no, we'll move that here because it's honestly not too hard to do. All you have to do is just go once you finish the game, new game plus it, and then get to the store, and you probably have enough microplastics already to upgrade it up so you can get it over and done with. So it's not too hard. It's not too hard, honestly. All you gotta do is have some microplastics and get through new game and get through the opening of New Game Plus. Which, if you've gotten all the other achievements so far, that's not gonna be a problem. This is not gonna be a problem achievement to go for. I'm basing these off of you've gotten everything else done, and this is your last achievement slash also, or if you slash also the requirements to get to this achievement. So it's not the hardest to do that. I can understand why it might be rare since it's an update achievement, and also you have to go through a bit of New Game Plus to even get to the point to get it. But it's not hard to do. There's harder achievements, I would say. In actually, yeah, honestly, the achievements. Honestly, if you honestly probably the hardest achievements is just beating the game. But that's not like I said. If you have to beat the game to get to it, so it's not. It's a weird one. It's a weird one to put it like that. I guess I don't know. The next one here is the Octodad achievement, which is #1 dad for beating the game without losing at all. Bit like I said, it's a bit tricky, but especially with compared to other rage games that attempts to make you mad at stuff like that, this isn't too hard. Like I said, if you played the game before, it's not too hard to do that. All you gotta do is pretty much just focus in and just try to be a little bit more cautious with your movement. And like I said, pretty much most of the time you'll die is just either it's a new section you don't know enough about, or you're still trying to, or you're just running a bit too fast and then you just screw it up a bit. I think there's even a way to cheese it a bit. I think I might have done that just allows you to cheese up trying to do the all of it without losing. So, but like I said, I am just gonna move this over to. We're gonna put this into B tier, I think, because it's not too hard, but it is a bit of a challenge to it. I'm gonna put it right here. That's put it top B tier. That seems fair to me. Next one is for all the achievements in The Devil's Daughter for Life of a Consulting Detective, which is going into C tier because it is honestly not that hard. It is a pretty much you just do the story, you do a little bit of side stuff along the way, and you got it done. It's pretty much mostly for just for doing the story. There's a couple of side things, but you will most likely get those on when you're doing it the first time around, and it's just as long as you're not skipping sections to get through the story, you will get the achievements done here. I can guarantee you that. Next one is Snaky Bus for the 420 achievement. Blaze it, woo! Blaze it, woo! But basically, like I said, you pretty much have to just get the bus up to level 420, and pretty much you're playing Snake. You're pretty much playing Snake. There's a couple of maps that are easier to do it on as opposed to others, but like I said, when I did it initially, it was a bit tricky, so I will put it up a little bit. But it's honestly, it wasn't like I was stuck on it for multiple days. It wasn't like I was stuck on it or I wasn't like hating myself doing it. It was just like a what do it in the back, just keep on making the bus go around and getting it going. I might move it up to A tier though. I might. It was a bit. I might put it right here. I know it said it was a bit tricky, but and then put it all up to A. But yeah, it does feel a bit harder than those ones there. Right, Ripley? Right? Ripley says stretch. Ripley, what do you guys say? What do you guys say about that, Rips? What do you guys say, Ripley? Ripley can't even stand to watch. He thinks I have bad takes. Really, Ripley? You think I have bad takes? You can't stand to watch them? Ah, fine, Ripley. You go take a little nappy. You take a little nappy there. Good baby. But yes, anyway, back to it again. Now we are on to the escape room achievements, which, funnily enough, they're all for escaping. Like Pyramids and Aliens is just called Escape. Between Time is just called Isobi Labs. Mystic Academy is just called Dungeon. And they're all just for escaping. And funnily enough, that's the main point of the game. So you're not going to miss these. So I'm going to put all of them right here because they're pretty much all the same thing. They're just. Actually, no, I'm even going to switch over here and grab all these. And if you're wondering why I have Between Time on here twice, that's the game. That's what they did for, which was it? Regular Factory. They accidentally fucked up Regular Factory's one and accidentally put Between Times image on the Between Times image for all the achievements. Hold on, I can pull it up as well. Pull up 2 achievements as well. I want to show it to you guys as well because I need you guys to see this. That this shows you how somewhat low effort they are. Let's see. Where is it? It was Regular Factory. Come on, come on. Come on, go, 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 go. I'm trying to do this. I guess while I'm pulling it up, I might as well chat about the next one while I'm waiting for that to pull up. Yep, that's the right one. That's the right one. Yes. The next one is for Hitman 1, which is a series of unfortunate events, which is for doing the multiple assassinations, multiple different unique assassinations on the Marrakesh DLC. Well, it's not DLC. It's the DLC for the Marrakesh DLC because you have to get because it's a bonus mission that you have to get there. But like I said, you're gonna be doing that in Hitman anyway, and like I said, if you're playing the game normally and wanting to see the game through it yourself, you'll get it anyway. And I think they're not too tricky themselves, so I'm probably gonna put them to C there. Yep. Oh, I have it pulled up over here. Yep. Here is your proof. There is regular. Right here is regular factory as well. I'm gonna try to cover up Adobe right there. There. Yep. See, look, there. Regular factory here. Between Time is all the achievement lists here. Between Time is all the achievement lists. So that shows you how it was maybe it was a little bit of a cheesy game in there, but you know I had fun with them when I played them. They were a bit maybe they made me think a bit and do feel like I was in an escape room, so it wasn't too bad, but it is just does feel a bit I don't think I can really give him too much there. I think one of them even came out this year, and said absolutely hell no to putting it down as my game of the year. I want to say it was Pyramids and Aliens there, but I could be wrong. Good kitty kitty. But yes, now on to the next of the items on here, which is Darius and Three's team player for playing with 10 other people. Which, like I said, this should honestly be down here. But remember, I did this year when no one is playing Dead Rising 3 right now, and I had to pretty much schedule like 10. I had to be the one pretty much scheduling everyone to go so I can get everyone to show up and get ready for each time so I can get this achievement. So it moves up to about here. And if you want me to confirm as well, you have to pay for the DLC for this. You have to pay for the multiplayer here by itself to get a you have to get you have to get 10 plus people because not everyone's going to show up, and even then there's region locking as well, which means sometimes if you live in another region, you can't line up with other people who are on the site trying to get the grind done. So you have to make sure you specify in your setting in your grouping that, hey, I need people in the US, otherwise it may not work. So it moves up to here. And I'm gonna put it. Actually, we're gonna put it at the top. You know what? We're gonna put this in S, just because it was a fucking pain in the ass to get it done. And like I said, I did enjoy the arcade mode the first couple of times I did it, and then when I did it again after the fact, I fucking hated it because I had to keep doing it over and over again, and I had to pretty much be the little guy on the sideline just trying to be there so I could help out other people and let people get wins with winning it with four. Because you also have to do the wins with win with a group of four other people. So I'd pretty much be there, not play too much, so I couldn't beat the person we were gonna let win there. But I had to still participate, so the game wouldn't A disconnect me or B wouldn't just you know shit itself there. But and I still do get grouping stuff done, so I could get scheduling people to help people, other people out, even helping schedule sessions that I wasn't even the one who's part of it. They are just scheduling it for other people. So for that reason, you're going to S. Take your bags with you and have fun with aim with the game that made me spend a bunch of hours on nothing, and a game that was a fun puzzle game until it decided to be a pain in the ass and make me do it perfectly. The next one is Crimes and Punishment, the other Sherlock Holmes game we were talking about, which is about and it is about doing and it is for doing all the achievements on it. Now you may think that it's all achievements on the Sherlock Holmes game. I should put it alongside the other Sherlock Holmes game, maybe slightly higher since it's an older game, maybe slightly lower because there's a little bit less to do. No, it goes up to here. And the reason why is because they decide to actually do worse achievements in this. They have some achievements that require. They have achievements similar to something like Assassin's Creed, where it require you to every mission you need to do a single thing. Otherwise, you don't get the achievement at the end, and you have to do it all over again. Like like how in Assassin's Creed you have the one with Lucy. You have to talk to Lucy every time you're after the Animus. You have to. It's something similar. It's something like that, but you have to. There's also specific actions you need to take in each case, and sometimes that action happens at the end of the case. So if you don't look at it ahead of time, you have to play through the entire case again to get that one achievement since you missed it the first time around. So it's a bit of a pain to do. And actually, from me venting about it right here, I'm going to move it up to A here because it's a bit of a pain in the A. Yeah, we'll put it right there. Perfect. The more I'm going about it, the more I'm wanting to move this down. But yes. Next one up is Hitman 2's which is capital punishment for doing all the challenges in the Siberia level, which is some of them were a bit tricky, but I would not say any of them were hard. They just require you to help schedule things up and make sure you pay attention to the schedules and the loops of the guards and the targets, so you can make sure to get all the challenges done and looking up a couple of the Easter eggs that you need to get done. So for that, I'm gonna probably move it up to about A because you do have to go out of the game to get knowledge to get the stuff done. But I'm probably gonna put it right. Actually, no. I'm gonna move this to here, and I'm gonna move you down to about. I'm gonna put you right here. I think. Yeah, I think it's probably about right. The next one is finally onto Rivals again. Surprisingly, this is not Angela's achievement. This is not Angela's achievement. This is the one that came before. This is Blade's achievement, but if you've done Blade's achievement, you might know why because it's an RNG achievement. Yay, RNG, my favorite. But yes, so this for those who are unaware, Blade's achievement, aka Old Haunts, you have to get a 3 KO streak again, but you have to do it specifically in Central Park, like a la Black Panther with Wakanda, a la Hela with Asgard, what's the other one I'm thinking of? Who's the? I swear there was another one here that was a specific map type one. I don't know. It'll come to me at some point, but but you have to do specific KO streaks in the map. And the fact that this is that Central Park seems to be a lot less of a spawn rate nowadays. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like I get that less and less. But it is especially since the fact that you have to do it specifically in Central Park and you can't do it in say Manhattan as well, like the subway level. I feel like if it was just if it was just the subway, if it was the subway and Central Park, it would be a lot easier to do, and you'd see a lot more people with it. But the fact that but even then, I see. And the funny thing is, I still see people letting people play Blade. So it's not even that no one's playing Blade as well. It's just the fact that one person can play Blade every time it goes to Central Park. You have to make sure you get the 3 KOs even then. So you have to make sure you do a good job with Blade in it. You're gonna be fucking around with that achievement the whole time and trying to hope that you get the map. And even then, you might even not get the chance to do it because someone else might swipe Blade from you before you can even get a chance with it. So, Merry Christmas. Have fun. But yes, so Blade is gonna go purely off of RNG. I'm gonna move it up into A tier, and I think I'm gonna put it right. I think I'm gonna put it here because these two do have a bit of RNG going on with them as well. And then, but I wouldn't say, like I said, if you can play a good DPS, and if you learn how to play Blade well, and you can learn how to use his health steal abilities and his ultimate to a good use, you can usually get this well. I think even after I did it myself, I did pretty well with Blade, honestly, for a bit. I just was kind of waiting for the map to show up. Good kitty, good kitty. But yes, so I am, like I said, I'm surprised that like I said, I'm both surprised and not surprised that it's before Angela, but it just means that. But it's just kind of funny how the fact that Angela's came out. Actually, no, no, it would have came out at the same time because they both got added on. But technically, you had more time to do Blade's achievement because it came out before Angela's added into the achievements themselves, but you can still get it done. More people have gotten Angela's done that came out after the fact than people who got Blades done that came out like a month or two before Angela came out and added the achievements. And even then, there's been months and months after the fact for people to get Blades achievements. I guess we'll see what comes up next. Who knows? Maybe Gambit or Rogue will have less people unlocked it before over Blade when the achievements come out officially. But we will have to keep an eye on that, and I'm sure you guys will see Marvel Rivals up here again next year as well, unless they decide to can the game and decide not to add any more achievements. But I guess even then, if even they can the game, if they don't add, you have to not add any more achievements for the rest of the year at all, for it to not show up in the next year. So expect to see Rivals again. Next one is I gotta finally flip over the notes. Is Holmes Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is about called Becoming Sherlock Holmes, which is also for getting all the achievements. Once again, this is one that is a lot harder because there's a lot of case specific achievements you need to get. That kind of feels like they took like I said, Devil's Daughter came out after Crimes and Punishment, but somehow they got rid of the challenge stuff from that, but they added them back in the weird random occurrences you need to do to get it at the end there as well. So you have to and then chapter 1 ends up becoming, like I said, it wasn't as difficult as tedious, and I had a lot more fun doing the grind and side objectives in chapter 1 than I did in Crimes and Punishment, even though I think Crimes and Punishment is a better game over chapter 1. But I think I'm gonna move chapter 1 into B tier here. And I'm gonna probably put it right. That seems about fair. Just Crow Things. This is one of those games that has the same icon no matter what achievement it is here, so it's just gonna be would it be a crow anyway. The achievement was Master Pooper. I mentioned this when I did my ranking of the games here. You have to poop 10,000 times. You don't poop 10,000 times in the game normally. It's a single button press, and the fact is you even get limited to how many times you can poop at a time. So you're stuck pooping like so many times, and the only way to be able to boost it a lot quicker is to go to the main menu where you can poop an unlimited amount of times and just keep hitting the poop button over and over and over again. And honestly, I think I spent like a good half an hour to a couple hours even maybe. I wish I would have timed it just to see how long it even fucking takes to do it, but it is but I was stuck there for a good long while, just kind of watching YouTube and watching. I think I even watched like a Columbo episode while doing it, just trying to wait, just trying to get the poop. Oh, like I said, this is the main. This is one of the ones that I would just kind of keep hammering away at, just trying to get it more and more done, trying to get more and more done. Keep pressing the damn poop button. Keep pressing the poop button just to get it done. And it just was so monotonous and boring. And I just, like I said, it wasn't hard. It's not a hard achievement. It's just a monotonous and boring achievement to do, which is why I'm going to put this. Which is why I'm going to put this alongside here, and at least I'm going to put it below here because at least with this, you have to press one button. This you have to do all the monotonous and boring stuff and try to play, and you're trying and make sure that the random RNG happens as well. So thanks for coming to my rant here again. I know. I hope you guys are here for. I guess, like I said, this is pretty much rant day instead of ranking day. I guess ranking and ranting. I guess. But yes. Anyway, next up is I have another one where they shuffled up the order, I guess, for some reason. Next up is Choo Choo Charles, which was about which is apparently the hardest achievement is for getting all the 11 paint cans, which both it surprises me, but also not because technically the Nightmare achievement is only on the Steam version, so it's not on the Xbox version. So technically that couldn't have been the hardest achievement. But I'm surprised that the collectibles was the hardest one, but I guess if you don't have the hard difficulty achievement, the one that is kind of optional as opposed to the other side missions and the main mission there makes sense because you really don't need the paint cans at all. Whereas the other ones at least give you scrap and whatnot to use. But this is not a hard achievement. You kind of just need to you just need to explain. You can probably find most of them by exploring the island, and in worst case scenario, you can always just look it up the locations after the fact. So I'm gonna probably put it right here. That sounds about right to me. C for Choo Choo, I guess. Next up is Monopoly Plus. This is a champion for winning a six-player game. Now, if you're doing this legitly, this could be a problem because you have to actually win the game against six other people. So maybe you might not win. However, if you're going for the achieve, I feel odd because technically, if you want to go for the achievements, you could also just set up you could one set up a game, two add six players to your game where you only have one controller, three start up said game, four get all the do your turn, five next turn next player roll the dice bankrupt immediately, next player bankrupt roll dice bankrupt immediately, next player bankrupt immediately, so on and so forth until you win the game. So I don't know if I should, and that's what I did. Because obviously I didn't get six people to play. Say, hey, by the way, guys, could we play a six-player game? And I need to make sure and we're gonna keep on doing this until I win. Sounds good? No, I said fuck that. I'm gonna just keep going. We're just gonna keep going a lot. We're just gonna breeze through it. So I'm gonna put this in the D tier because it's very easy to cheese it. And if you're really trying to go for the grind, you can really just breeze through it normally. And I'm gonna put this right about here because you don't even need to play the game. At least with these two, you actually have to play the game prior to it. This one you don't even need to. Actually, I'm gonna move this up to D tier just because it feels a little bit more accurate for that. Just and this you don't even need to play the game. You just need to start the game, hop in some players, bankrupt them immediately, and get the game over and done with. But next up is next one. Actually, you know what? I kind of feel like I should move these two up and then just leave all these here just to say fuck those escape room games because they don't even have an achievement that's worth doing it. That is because all the achievements are just basically doing the story and nothing else. Next up, surprisingly, this is one I was surprised about. The rarest achievement on the Resident Evil game, on the Resident Evil the Resident Evil remake, is not any of the hardest ones I thought it was going to be. Like it's not the speed run. It's not knife only. It's not even no ink for squids. It is the ghost. It is the invisible enemy mode. I was surprised by this. I was surprised that this is the rarest one. Like I know it's the fourth mode, but I feel like all the if you're playing this normally, you'd be more easily able to play the invisible enemy mode than you would be to do the doing the other random ones like not saving or doing it without knife only. I mean, I guess some people might challenge run it, and so they might be more willing to do the knife only as opposed to the invisible enemy mode ones. I just want to even make sure if I can. I feel like I even want to just make sure I did this right. But yeah, it's yeah. Hold on, I can pull it. Hold on, we'll pull it up here as well. Here you guys can see it as well. Here we have it right here. Uh, there we go. So we have Ghost. Yeah, see, 5,244 track gamers did Ghost of a Chance. 5,400 finished Real Survivor. 6,100 did the game only using the knife, nothing else. Uh, all the 600 and 700 did all the weapons, which requires you to do speed runs. 7,600 did the game without saving. Uh, More people did the game in 3 hours than did it in hard difficulty. That also really shocks me here, I guess. I was surprised that saving no one with either of them is less than saving them with both, saving everyone with them. But yeah, it's interesting to me. It's very interesting. But like I said, it surprised me that that Invisible Enemies is the rarest one. But I guess who knew? I guess we will. I guess that is we'll have to. That is the case then. So we are going to leave it. So we're going to. So I'm going to quickly figure. So I think. Like I said, I don't think Invisible Enemy was too hard because we did that. That was that was I think our final one we did there was Invisible Enemy. I feel if we did anything else alongside it, I think we might have done it with. I think we did it with another game or the Challenger Star, but I forget exactly which one it was. But but honestly, like I said, it wasn't too hard. Like it's pretty much if you know where the enemies are placed and you keep an eye out for them, especially if you don't do it with any other ones, like no saving or knife only. It's pretty easy enough to do because it's like I said, even then you can still see them in like reflections. You can still see them if they're on fire, or if you shoot them, you can see the blood splatter. You still know, and if they have a cutscene going on with them, you can see them spawn in with the cutscene, and then you have an idea of where they are for the time being. It's not the hardest one to do, which makes it odd for me to put it here, but I'm going to put it in for. I'm gonna put it right to the side. You're harder than you, 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 harder than you. I'll put it into A, I guess. Harder than you, definitely harder than you, harder than you. I think that works because everything else up here has a bit of RNG to it as well. And it was very long. This one you can easily knock out in a couple hours, and it's not too difficult to do. We're almost done. We're almost done. Also, we're breezing past these ones a bit here, or it just feels like time's flying. One of the two. Next one is once again, it's one I was surprised by. It's getting all the pig snouts in Alice Madness. Not any of the doing this boss fight damage list. Not even doing the whole game in nightmare mode. It's doing the getting all the pig snouts done. So, which, like I said, was a bit shocking to me, but like I said, it's not. They are hidden a bit, so I won't. Especially since some of them are invisible until you use your shrink sense. But honestly, they weren't too bad for me. Like I think that some of them, like a lot of the ones, I think I did miss a couple of them in my initial run, but I think most of them were pretty easy enough to get slash. And like I said, there's other ones I thought were harder, like night, like doing the doing the sailor damage list, or doing doll maker night damage list. I had a bit more trouble with them. Even hell, you can even hysteria might be harder because you have to avoid one of the mechanics that the game tries to incentivize you to use for your advantage. I would be, hey, don't be scratching the chair. Don't be scratching the chair. That's my good chair. Don't be scratching that chair. That's my good chair. So I'm gonna end up putting this into. I think I'm gonna put this into B tier besides you. I don't think I'm gonna move you down. Next up is I forgot the name of the games. Two Charles one was called Dripped Out. Monopolies was called Champion. Resident Evil was called Ghost of a Chance. Alice Madness was called Season Campaigner, and now we're on to Marvel Superheroes, which is Lego Marvel Superheroes, which is UNA no prize for completing the game to 100%. And honestly, this is gonna go into C tier because it is. I'm gonna put it right above you. Uh, uh, uh. Actually, no, we'll move. I'll move you down because you're not that hard, honestly. Yeah, that'll be fine. Cause it's not that hard. It's just a Lego game. It's like pretty much just go about doing the thing. It's not like it's anything that's going to be challenging you. It's just a bit of a grind because it goes through all the levels again. Like I said, but if you spent your money on the red bricks and whatnot to get all the bonuses and whatnot, and all the tractors and whatnot, which you're gonna have to do anyway for the 100 cents, you can. It's easy enough to do. Next up is mouthwashing, which is any percent glitch for completing a specific speed run. For those who don't know, there is a this achievement is for a there's a it's for the section with the like the little ghosty horse that you have to, and you have to run do the stealth mission with it to sneak past it and get to the mouthwash at the end. And the reason it's called any percent glitch is because you can't do it normally. The game instead wants you to use the glitching function to do it. I want you to use the no clip function, which you can't, which and we pretty much need to use it which is why it's called 80% glitch, because that's what it's pretty much saying. You need to activate the no clip mode, clip out of the spot, drop into the next section, clip out of this next spot, drop in the next section, and then clip again, and then go all the way forward so you can get to the final spot on no clip, and then grab the item and you're done. And especially if you also since you're also using the cheat menu already, you might as well you can just reload up the section first with the chapter select spots. So it's pretty easy enough to do. It's not I think Hegelin mentioned it was a bit of a challenge when he did it, but like I said, I don't remember it being too hard when we did it. I think we did it in like a one, two, maybe three tries. If I just because it might have taken just a little bit too long, just fumbling around a bit. But I don't remember it being too hard. But since it does require you to go out of the game to use it, and you have to also bumble it around to find the. I mean, like I said, you probably will find the debug menu by just accidentally smack because you pretty much have to hit the little squiggle key to get it done. It's not too like I said. I accidentally hit it when I was doing my moving around normally, so I'm not too surprised if you found it by accident as well. So I'm gonna also put it right. You know what? We'll put it right here. That seems about. Actually, no, we'll put it here. That sounds about right. Next up is The Last of Us, which is for getting all the achievements. Once again, this is another one where I feel like it wasn't too hard to get all the achievements. Oh yeah, The Last of Us is called "It Can't Be for Nothing." It honestly wasn't too hard because all you pretty much do is just I don't know. You really don't even need to do any. You pretty much need to like. There's a couple of side things you can do. There's a lot of collectibles to get, but it's not too difficult to get them. Like there was nothing I was like, oh, I got to restart it again and again and again and again and again and again and again to get it over with. The only time I had to do is if I missed a collectible and I had to load back to its previous section. But other than that, like I said, and the thing is, I had a blast with playing Last of Us, so I had no problem with doing it over again because it was already a blast of going through it. And the fact that like I said, I even loved going through New Game Plus, so I could continue to fully upgrade my weapons and get them all the way up to the highest level they can possibly be. Right, Ripley? Did you like that? Actually, no, you weren't even here for that. That was before I even got you, Ripley. I know we didn't even play Last of Us with you. I know. It's a shot. It's surprising. I know. Time flies like that, Ripley. Amazing how times change. But yes, so I'm trying to decide. I might even look it up since I'm already on Steam here. I can pull that up a little bit quicker here than if I do it. Let me pull it up. Pull up the Last of Us Part One, and if I see anything that reminds me of it being a difficult game, we will move it up there. But honestly, I think it might be wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. Honestly, if it stays not being a difficult game, I might just move it into B or C tier. Honestly. Let's see. I was thinking you finally picked up Last of Us last year. Nice. Let's see. Collect all comics, collect all achievements, final training manuals, final Firefly pendants, get all optional conversations, note facts and artifacts, lock doors, shivs, leave Ellie hanging, survival Ellie's jokes, sewer contraption, Frank's note, Jack X, don't complete left behind, bricks and bottles, win the water gun fight, Black Fang, flex on contest, part one, workbench tools, upgrades, uh, Buckley, open saves, stealth, crafted items, find comic, training manual, high fly pendant. Hi Ripley, hi, how you doing? Ripley saying hi. I might turn the lights here because it's getting a bit dark here. Oh great, it's the shine. Great, that's the shiny light. Don't be scratching up. Hold on, I gotta go get the lights going here because we actually get to a bit dark section here. 1 second. There we go. That's a bit better. Woo! Oh, hi, Ripley. Hey, Ripley. Hey. What do you guys say about that, Ripley? Huh? What do you guys say? What do you have to say, huh? What are you gonna say, little kitty? Good kitty, kitty. Mwah. But yes. Anyway. Yeah, like I said, these aren't too hard of achievements. A lot of just completion, a lot of collectible stuff, a lot of stuff you get normally by completion or just exploring the things. So not too difficult. I don't even remember what the hardest achievement was. That would have been. Actually, I'm curious. What even is the hardest achievement that isn't collectible based? I feel like all of them are collectible based. Let's see. Scroll on down. Engage in conversations, notes. Yep. Collectible. Black Fang hugging hit. I guess that is a time section, so that makes sense. Same thing with the sewer contraption rule timed. So you have to time your rapid presses going on, but not too hard, especially for a AAA game. I feel like it could have been harder, but honestly, like I said, I don't need them making me do the permadeath mode the entire way through. That probably would have been made the grind up to probably around A or an S, honestly. But we will just take the somewhat easy enough grind. But if they ever add in that permadeath achievement, like Future Charles I know has, that if I ever do that Steam, but we're gonna just put that light on in the old probably down here. Honestly, I hate to put it down low, but it's just not a hard grind. It's just not a hard grind. We'll put that there. There. That sounds about right. There. We'll put you there. That sounds about right. Next up is the hardest achievement for Until Dawn, which is called a Symphony of Horror Achievements. Which is for once again for all the achievements. And while we're here, I might as well pull up the same one on. We might as well do the same thing for Until Dawn as well, and see what the achievement list was again. Get refreshing. Best thing for Josh. Oh, that was a bit of a. Oh yeah, that was a bit of a tricky one since it isn't specifically told you again. Nobody survived. Matt and Jessica were the only ones to survive. These ones aren't too hard, especially if you're doing terribly already. You just got to kill everyone along the way. And then Matt and Jessica, you just have to keep alive to the end. You can kill them off right at the end as well. So it's very easy to get those killed to go one after the other. Then Ashley hesitated to let Chris inside. Mike saw his fingers off with the broken machete. Found all totems. Opened the trap door. Saved Jessica through from an attacker without failing. Successfully escaped the sanatorium. Used flare gun to defend themselves. All the interactables. Bad selfie. Changing the past. All the clues. Survive until dawn. All the clues. There we go. A respect the wildlife. Full playthrough. Kept the wolf alive. All our figurines. Slapped M slash Ashley. Psycho's identity. Shake the snow globe. Escape from Psycho. Attack the Psycho with a weapon. Separate confrontations and prologue. So I definitely harder than Last of Us, definitely, especially with Josh's there. That's very much. I'm gonna put that into AT honestly, because Josh's is such a bit of a pain to figure out what the hell to do with, because you have to because you have to. It's not. I mean, I'm putting it below here because it's not RNG like that, but it's a pain because it's very actually, I might put that above because hey, I think it's better because at least with RNG you may luck into it working right. With being unspecific about how it works, you don't know what you have to do, so you can easily not go the right way and not get it right or screw yourself over with something. So you don't know when you've done something wrong or what little thing you did wrong to get to fix next. So it's very unspecific. So I think I'm gonna, honestly, I'm thinking I might even move it up to here and be like that. You know what? Screw that. And I have to even follow a full guide just to even get the whole lineup there done anyway. So we're gonna leave you up there, Mister Until Dawn. Uh, Carbon Steel. I think this is Carbon Steel, right? Untold Horror Unorthodox Machinery for beating Carbon Steel, which was just the third game on it. I forget even which one Carbon Steel was. I forget which one was Carbon Steel. Which one was Carbon Steel? Hold on, I can figure out this real quick. Carbon Steel, Mike Glubnica. Which one was that one? Oh, it was the. Oh, it was the research one. It was the last. Yeah, it was the last one we did here as well. It was the one about yeah, it was this one. It was this one here. Yeah, it was this one. The research labby one. Yeah, it was the last one we did because it was the last one or the second last one where it was the research labby one where we had to do the why is it flashing? Jeez, why are you flashing? It was yeah, it was the researchy one that required me to do it with to do all the specific things to keep it from them breaking out, just like preparing the walls there where I did the research. That's what it was. Yeah. Like I said, I did like it. I did like it, but it was, but honestly, none of them were too hard. Like some of them were just like a little narrative bit that you just went through the narrative and just did it like that, and other ones were just a bit like even like something like there was the battleship one that didn't even matter whether I wanted or not. It was a guaranteed outcome no matter what. And even though I did it logically and figured out how to get it to so I could win, nothing changed and I still died. So honestly, I'm gonna put this down to D tier because you just played through the game by itself. And actually, you know what? Like I said, I'll move that up since you actually have to play the game by it. And then finally, we have one that isn't even on my list, so we can. I'm gonna have to pick that up later, but yeah, because that's not even on the list because I did it just last night. Is Success for Donovan? Yeah, Success for Donovan. This is the one we buzzer beatered right at the end of the stream last night before it hit midnight. But yeah, basically this is just for doing Donovan's little side quest for doing the business there. I thought Ripley was going after the ball there. No, she just really wanted to go look outside and look at the window at the snow. But yes, so like I said, this one was like I said, it wasn't hard. And honestly, if I was playing the game normally, I probably wouldn't have mind waiting for it. But it was but because of the buzzer beater, it was just. And if I had started up earlier, it probably wouldn't have been as bad either. But since it was a buzzer beater at the end of the game where I had to try and get it all done right then and there, that was the problem because I was trying to rush it there. I'm not going to include that part because that's not intended to be the achievement. That was just a little challenge I put onto it as well. So I am going to but I'm going to put this on right about. Well, honestly, I'm going to put this here because it isn't too hard of an achievement. It's just I added an extra challenge on top of it myself by trying to get it done before midnight. But if I remove that bit, that was not even a part of the achievement. Like the achievement said, you get it done before midnight, otherwise you lose. So I'm gonna put that into low C then. But honestly, I feel bad. Like I said, I feel bad about the fact that my hardest achievement is an all achievements one. I feel like that's a bit of a a cop out. But I'm just double checking to see if there's anything I disagree with you that makes me think that that's harder, easier than I think it is. I think everything here looks fine enough. Let me just take a little screenshot here as well. All right, wonderful. I'm gonna quickly get that so I can save that for my uploading everywhere to show my tier listings here. This was the 2025 hardest achievements. All right. That should be my final of the tier list here. If anyone has any other opinions about any of these tier lists, let your voices be heard before we officially finalize them and I close up the tab so I can't do them again. This is how much I enjoyed each game that I did the grind for today, that I did the grind for last year. This is the one for the hardest achievements for each of those said games. And this is my ratings of the movies from last year. So if anyone has any other opinions about any of them, speak your voice now. Otherwise, we're going to set these in stone and they will be forever engraved with my 2025 opinions. So we will go once, go twice, go thrice. Double achievement S tier. Oh, welcome in at the last second there, Heglin. Like I said, this is about difficulty. Unfortunately, not how much I enjoyed the achievements because this is like I said, it's not. I like I said, it is. This is about how hard the achievement was. Like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that I added the extra challenge onto Donnaval's achievement, it was pretty easy. Honestly, it was just going through the motions there and keep it going. If I kept playing the game like it was supposed to instead of trying to speedrun it there, it would have been fine. Or if I stopped playing there and I just kept and waited for the next set of the next batch of DLC to come out and I to finish that up, would have been felt like normal. And also probably wouldn't be sad that I lost Donovan right off the bat, but it is all said and done. And all like I said, Hegland. Honestly, I know we all have a different opinions on it all, but I didn't think the glitched any percent achievement was that hard. Because I think it took like me like honestly I can even pull up my VOD of it on my YouTube channel. I can even double check to see how many times it took me to do it myself. Because I think it only took me like 2 or 3 attempts to get it done. It was because it was fairly easy once you if you knew what you were doing. It is mouthwashing. There's mouthwashing. I am curious. I'm going to turn off my audio here because I don't need you guys. I don't need to be. I'm just going to be scrubbing it for audio anyway. Uh, yep. I forgot that's what I titled it there. Pop it up in full screen and where was it here? Okay, here we go. That's the first one we do. No, that's not. No, that's the wrong one. Wrong spot here. Wrong spot. Where is it here? Where is it here? Where is it? There's a spin around. There's a spin around spot. That's where we did the 360 achievements. Okay, there we are. We're at 55. We did it within 10 minutes here because that's how much time I have left in my VOD here to get it done. All right, hold on. Let me just I can pull it up here as well so we can see how long it even took me to get it done here as well. Hold on. I even haven't pulled up my YouTube studio here, so I don't know if there's anything personal here that I need to be worried about. But yeah, here's we got double me now. Woohoo! Oh, I remember the old. I tweeted that, like I said, this was much of this year. It feels like I feel nostalgic about the old setup I had back here with me and the couch instead of the old somewhat setup here. And I'm sure I'll be nostalgic for over here as well once I decide to change up the style again. All right, wait. So yeah, we did this. This is us doing the. So at the start of chapter 14. So it was. We did it. Yeah, we did. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. Might have just been the first time we did it here. Honestly, hold on. So I said. What did I say? It was. I think. So here I said I had to do it right. Okay, I'm gonna speed this up here just because I. So yeah, we do it here. So we do here. You clip through the ground. You go straight a bit, and then you're in. And I passed. Yeah, I passed it here. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I see. I see the problem. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Is I messed it up. I think. Yeah, I think this is my. We can count this as my first attempt. I think. So attempt one failed. Yeah, 5 minutes after the crash. Yeah, so judgment. Yep. Skips all that. You just skip the dialogue and then you go through the ground like that. You turn it off. Then you scoot over there. You go there and then you turn it on again. Zoom through. Grab it and go. And then I think that was the way we got it. No, we didn't. No, we didn't get it there. We didn't. I don't think we did. Yeah, so we took one more. We took one more attempt. I think, unless that was the. Yeah, we okay. So we fucked it up the second time. So yeah, it might have been like I said, it might have been 3 attempts we did it. Like I said, I don't technically don't need to do this, but I'm just curious to see honestly how many times it took me to do it. Hi, hi. Hi, kitty, kitty. Hi. yeah. So it was only three. It only took me 3 attempts to do it, honestly. So like I said, it wasn't too hard of an achievement. So I guess, like I said, it just takes a little bit of fiddling around with it. Ripley, I love you, but you gotta. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So that was. So yeah, it wasn't too hard, honestly, because it just took. It took about. I think if we include the little one where I just didn't know what the hell I was doing with it, and I just kind of fumbled around with it. It took me 3 attempts there to get it done. So it wasn't too hard of a grind there. I guess not too hard of a grind. It wasn't too hard of a little. It was yeah. It wasn't too hard of that going on. It was just a bit iffy there with the like it only took me 3 attempts is what I'm trying to say. So it's not too hard of a achievement in my opinion. So honestly, maybe I should move it down a bit after that, but I think it's fine. I think I'm fine with it being here. Like I said, it wasn't too like I said, this is based off of how difficult it was. And honestly, the 80% glitch wasn't too difficult. But I could like I said, I could if you don't know what you're doing, I could see it being hard, but it seems but like I said, it's pretty easy to do since you pretty much need to use the flight patterns to do it because which is why it's called an 80% glitched. So, but yeah, so I guess barring anyone else from barging in to the chapel and saying, "Don't forget about me," I object to the voting here. I think officially we can count that as the tier list, the finalized tier list of this well, last year, I guess technically not this year. It's technically last year here now, but that's officially the end of the stream. Like I said, I would have loved to kept on going tonight, but this took longer than I thought it was again, which it was still shorter than last time. I think last time we took about like 8 hours or so just to do both of them because I added way too many on the movies section. But I think, but we also had, but it still took us 4 hours to do them all. So I think I do need to start. I think I did. I even then I think I took. I don't even know how much I could have cut down there because I pretty much did all the little bits I could have done, unless I want to cut out my yapping. But I like yapping. We all like yapping here. How can I cut out the yapping? But so like I said, I with barring any other people running in and saying I object, those will stay the rankings because like I said, I don't. I guess one last go ahead for anyone to object. This is the games. My top to the bottom, my favorite to my least favorites. My achievements from the hardest to the easiest, and my movies from my favorite to my why the hell did I even go off and watch this? Oh yeah, that's why, and I hate it. I got my finger stuck in there. Good, I didn't get stuck there for. Is there any that liquid here? I might as well finish this. I clinked it on my teeth. Yeah, clinked on my teeth. Yeah. Like I said, Nato, I am saving FBC 5 week for when I complete the 100%. So once I get all the achievements, actually I can't even see how much achievements I have left on FBC. I think I have like 3 or 4, I want to say, missing. Let me just pull it up here as well. Come on, True Achievements, play with me. Play with me. There we go. Good True Achievements. Yes, I have 4. Yeah, that's 4. I have 4 achievements I'm missing, which is the killing 500 enemies at long range, maximum level with 2 crisis kits, maximum level with all crisis kits, and a job with corruption level 3 on hard or higher with no one down. So we need. So yes, I am going to have to. So those are the. So once I get the 100% done, I will add that into the 2026 tier list for us to rank next year, or at least the end of this year. So I'm definitely gonna have to get that done before Control Resonant. And I'm like I said, we have a plenty of grinds planned out for the new year. I do also want to, but I do also want to do. I also do want to. Well, like I said, this isn't about what games came out this year. This is about what games I completed this year. So it's not so it still will be a part of the tier list there, Mr. Cheeky. But so it, like I said, these are all about the games I completed this year, whether they came out this year or not. Because I don't think anyone's telling me that the Resident Evil remake of Dead Rising 3 or Hitman 1 and 2 came out this year. So, Mr. Cheeky, you're unfortunately mistaken. But yeah, so I once I complete that this year, I will have to add that to my 2026 tier list there, and I will put my opinions on it there. And I definitely do have some opinions on it. I would like to say, especially when I go back into it and see how it is after all the updates and and balancing updates that have come out with it. So otherwise, this will be a finalized list. You little, you know what? I'll accept the title of Mr. Cheeky. I'll accept with both very cheeky about it all. I will. I can accept it both. We can both be Mr. Cheeky, I guess. Mr. and Mr. Cheeky. I guess I don't know. One of us might be. Maybe I might be Mr. Cheeky, and you might be Sir Cheeky, the cheekiest. We'll see. We'll see how it all falls out. That's less cheeky. That's more rambling. You can be Mr. Cheeky. I'll be Mr. Rambly. How does that sound? Mr. Yap. I'll be Mr. Yapper. You can be Mr. Cheeky. How does that sound? That sounds good to me. Oh, it's actually funnily enough, Skywix is actually on sale for half off for $15 for $20 instead of 40. Well, that tells you how well the game's doing right now. But yes. Anyway. I'm yapping right now. I'm being a bit cheeky, but I'm also being a bit yappy as well. So I'll take it as a compliment instead. Anyway, like I said, I unfortunately have work in about. I have to go get ready for work here, so I can because apparently they called me in for 6 o'clock to 6:30. Yes, they want me in. So I will see you guys tonight, maybe. Probably, maybe not. Depending on how I feel after work, I might go back and we might do some chilling afterwards. Since I was gonna do some more after today, but like I said, the trailers took longer than I thought they were going to. Or I might just save it until Friday. We will see what I decide to do. Otherwise, I definitely should be live on Friday and probably Saturday as well. We will see about Sunday, but otherwise, you can keep an eye out for on Monday. We will be back with some more Dead Rising for grinding. We should be back into. We're still finishing up our Blackest Friday run, and then we're going to be working on our other. I think we're going to be starting up the DLCs. Then is after that, and probably the multiplayer stuff as well. I still need to figure out if I've accidentally screwed myself over with some of those achievements because the trial ones apparently are very easy for you to screw yourself over and make you have to restart your whole save file to do. So fingers crossed I didn't fuck myself over with that and have to do the whole game again. So we'll see about that. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you guys tomorrow, tonight, Saturday, Monday, whenever you guys show up again, whenever I'm here, whenever we all come around, we have some drinks here, I guess. I'll see you guys then. We're gonna find some lovely things to read out to tonight. But before we close out tonight, I would like to once again thank everyone who's been here tonight. Thank you to Nader, thank you to Hegland, thank you to Clank, thank you to Munchlax, thank you to Kalido, thank you to I banged my mouse there. I can't even blame Ripley for that. I banged my own mouse there. Yes, Clank, my iconic Munchlax, Autumn. We mentioned Nader, mentioned Kalido. Thank you to each and every one of you for hopping in and chatting with us today and tonight, technically, since we're getting into that time right now. Oh, yeah, Paler. I've almost got Paler. Thank you for stopping in as well, Paler. We appreciate each and every one of you for stopping by and chilling with us tonight. Thank everyone who's been looking in the background. I thank everyone who's been watching the VODs, either on Twitch or on YouTube. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. We're going to go find some lovely business to get up to tonight. But before that, I'm going to do one last little drop of the socials for anyone who is interested in joining up with those. There's a link to the Discord for anyone to hop on in and see. I post when I'm about to go live on there, and I also have polls for upcoming streams on there as well. I currently have one to help decide the specifics of our alphabet challenge we're going to be doing for. I was going to say next year, but no, it's this year now. It is now for this year. I think we're going to be starting that up in March, so keep an eye out for that as well. Here's a link to my YouTube channel where all my VODs are posted. So if you want to check out some other gaming streams, like completions of some of these fine games, we have plenty of them from this year, like The Outer Worlds and Resident Evil, as well as mo- recent ones like Alice. Or if you want to check out some other Steam grinds, we get to see my lovely face, like Last of Us One and Until Dawn. Those are up there as well. There's also a and I'm hoping to post the next set of VODs very soon, so keep an eye out for those as well. And here's a link to my Letterboxd account, which is where a little social media site for chat about movies. If that interests you, feel free to check me out over on there. And you can see also you can see what my initial ratings were for all those movies I mentioned in my movie tier list. And I did show a bit of it off there when I was showing off a long walk and skill house there. So if you want to see a little bit more of my I also have a couple of full length reviews. I kind of stopped doing that because I've had a lot of other stuff going on in my life, so I can't really spend time to write out the whole reviews. But I have a couple of them on there, like for Nosferatu, and I think it was one for I did one for Rounders as well. But if any of those interest you, or if you want to see my opinions on, yeah, if you want to see, hey, I've seen this movie. What do I think about it? That's the place to go. Otherwise, we're gonna find some lovely person to rate out to today. Hopefully there should be some new people for us to rate out to, since it is a middle of the day for us to rate into. Who do we have live currently? Otherwise, you guys can also guide the rate as well if you have some lovely person to a lovely idea of someone we should rate out to as well. Let us see. A lot of just chattings here. I don't know if I'm not the biggest. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Let's see. What do we have going on? Let's see. Anyone I want to rate out to currently that I'm following. Let's see. I wish it was giving me a little bit more to. I wish it was a little bit more showing me right now. Let's do following here first before we look at anyone else here. What do you want, Ripley? What do you want? You just meow outside. You just meow at the outside people. I know the outside is looking very snowy out there. Let's see. Who should we wait out to? I thought it was more people going to be live today because it's a Thursday, middle of the day, but I guess not. Let's see. We could go out to wait out to him. I guess we could potentially. I'd love to wait to them, but they're doing a game I really do not want spoilers for, so we will wait on that. Ooh, I also might wait out to him instead because I haven't waited out to him. I think I've ever waited out to him, so I might wait out to him if not. Oh no, I think he might be the choice to go with. Yeah, I think we're gonna go out to him over there. We're gonna go out to just because that is how we need to wait over to him there. Yeah, that is great. We're gonna go. All right, we're gonna go right over to Duke Silver. He is a fellow achievement grinder. He is currently doing the grind for the B movie, the game. So yeah, I know I'm sending you guys some quality cinema to quality cinema. I know, big stretch. But yes, we're gonna go over to Duke Silver and cheer him on as he works on the grind for the B movie game. Like I said, I'm probably gonna chill out there for just a little bit before I have to head out to work. I hope you guys have a wonderful night tonight, and I will see you guys. Like I said, I don't know when I'm gonna be streaming next. It should be. I definitely want to try and stream tomorrow. Depending on how much energy I have after work, because they said they just want me in for just a little bit to solve some stuff, and then I should hopefully be back. I might be live again tonight. I haven't decided exactly, but I'm hoping to be live on Friday night as well, and hopefully also on Saturday during the day. I haven't decided exactly what I want to do. I think Saturday we might do the finishing up some of the grinds I've started in the past year, like Ben and Ed and Buckshot. I think I might just do Buckshot. We might do. We'll see. We'll see what the plans are. I'll figure them out. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and I will see you guys whenever the next one is. So keep an eye out on the week. I'll see you guys. See ya. Bye 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 bye. And for anyone still here, what are you doing? Have a good night. I'll see you guys in the next one. So keep an eye on the Twitch and the Discord and all the other fun stuff. Say bye 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 bye.